Yo guys, we are back. I was up yesterday for another fucking long time, more than 24 hours. And then I was streaming. I literally fell asleep last night, guys. According to my live stream, I fell asleep about 3.5 hours ago. Maybe a little longer. 3.5 to 4.5 hours ago. And now I'm up, so yeah. Alright, well I wasted 4 hours of my life. My bad, guys, but I'll be back in a sec. Yo, what's up, Nicola? Sorry for the last stream. I was doing stuff in it, and I low-key fell asleep in stream. So yeah, I was sleeping for like 3.5, 4.5 hours, something like that. You could probably see it on the stream, but yeah, so I was asleep for a while there. Alright, but yeah, I'll be getting back into doing this in a half second. Actually tearing up this entire island. I'm sorry, guys. Damn it. I literally told myself I was gonna fucking do that. I'm like, alright, I gotta, just gonna finish this and I'm gonna go pass out, but yeah, did not work. Alright, hey Nicola, so I'm not gonna do what I did last time, I promise. I started the stream because I ended the other one, but, shoot. Well, my brain's still frying in my head. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it like the other one. I ended the stream, blah blah blah. Yeah, so right now at this moment, I'm just signing into games on, like Revenge of the Sultans and stuff like that. So as soon as I get that signed into, so like, you know, because I need to put some peace shields on them. My shields drop, so as soon as I put some shields on, I should be able to get back on the game soon. Heck yeah. I don't know what the smiley, you know. I assume it means okay. Heck yeah. Alright, then I'm basically done.
Yeah, no, but I'm...
Huh. I think last night after my, or when I had my phone on the, on YouTube, it went to Duper Trooper last night, I'm pretty sure, but oh well. Gotta love that Duper Trooper. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm here, but yeah, give me 1 second to find something turned on in the background.
Under normal circumstances, I would show the entire video unedited, but I already got a ding on my record, so I'm going to use my words. This is a video that I got tagged in on TikTok. It shows a man using either an angle grinder or a circular saw. Alright, bro. Homemade blueberry muffin. Let's get it. So excited. After you. But dear Heavenly Father, Lord, I just wanted to thank you for yet another day to be alive. Blessing us. We don't deserve it, yet you still provide. Thank you. Amen. Yeah, that was a great prayer. I'm so excited. It was
All right, Ben. I know what to get on. Or wow, pause. I know what to turn on.
TikTok time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. Your friendly neighborhood philosopher here, D. Wood. Now, I've got Robert Spencer has a new book on Sohran Mamdani. Who's this Sohran Mamdani? I only heard about him a couple months ago. You already have a book out on him.
Yeah, contrary. You know that? I put this picture up here. It looks like a picture of me on the cover, but actually that is Sohran Mamdani. And he is the next mayor of New York, almost certainly. The election is in a couple weeks.
Dang it, I need to enter my backpack.
And then in January, he will become mayor. There's some unforeseen circumstance, and the aged corruptocrat Andrew Cuomo, or the very severe long shot Curtis Sliwa wins the election. But Mamdani has a big lead in all the polls.
Could you tell that Curtis dude to take off that beret? Do you even know what that thing is for?
You know something, David? I've seen this guy wearing his beret since the 70s. And, oh yeah, he goes way back to the beret. I've never seen him without the beret. But yeah, I used to see the Guardian Angels riding the subways when I was a very young man in New York City. And they were not always around, but they were quite often around. They all had little berets too. Anyway, I saw the debate the other night, Cuomo, Mamdani, and Curtis Sliwa. And Curtis was not wearing his beret. I didn't even recognize him. And then I realized a while into it, oh, the old guy in the middle, that's Curtis Sliwa. But he wasn't wearing his beret. How was anybody going to know who it was?
That's a problem. I mean, so I didn't even know it was for the Guardian Angels. I was assuming it was some sort of military thing, but I was like, dude, you kind of look like a weirdo there. Like my grandfather was a Green Beret. You know how many times I saw my grandfather walking around in his Green Beret at Walmart?
Probably never.
Never, not in a million years, right? So that's what I was thinking.
Curtis founded the Guardian Angels, and so that was part of the Guardian Angels uniform. The Guardian Angels, for any of you who don't know, was kind of a vigilante group. It might still exist for all I know, but it was much more visible in the 70s and 80s on the New York subways. They would go around and ostensibly, although I never saw them actually do it, I saw them walking around a lot, but they would be there saying if they saw crimes happening, they would stop them. And Curtis is an anti-crime crusader. He's the Republican candidate for mayor of New York. Because New York is a one-party, far-left Democratic city, he has no chance of winning. And he's just going to split the anti-Mamdani vote, which will almost certainly ensure the election of Mamdani.
And so that actually makes sense if that is the beret of the Guardian Angels, but it makes sense if you're walking around and you're a Guardian Angel.
Yeah,
yes. Recognize you as a Guardian Angel and not think you're someone else or a criminal or something like that. Running for mayor, not so much. So it's good that he actually took off the beret. That's a positive step forward. It might be too late because now, as you pointed out, people can't recognize him without the beret. So he's got the beret on. It's like, who is this dork? If he doesn't have the beret on, who's this guy? So
yeah, it's just the old guy between. Well, I mean, I'm sorry to keep saying that because I'm too young myself, but Mr. Cuomo has been around forever. He is as corrupt as the politicians come in New York, and he's 67, but he looked young next to Curtis Sliwa. I don't know how old Curtis is, but in any case, it's a shame because the optics were bad, and pretty much everything, this whole election has been bad in every way. And one of the ways in which it has been bad is that Cuomo is horribly corrupt, and nobody wants to vote for him. Curtis Sliwa is superannuated and also the representative of an extremely minority view in New York. And Mamdani was young and dynamic and glib, articulate, handsome, appealing,
like a male male AOC.
Precisely.
And it's interesting. They keep New Yorkers keep going with these young people who have absolutely no credentials or qualifications at all to lead anything being elected to Congress and now mayor and so on. It's just wild, wild stuff. It's like
Give me a second. I gotta mute for a moment, guys. I guess I don't need to, but there we go.
about anything, and but they can get popular online really quick. So vote for them. People go for it apparently.
This is something I discuss in the book, David. It's a concerted effort, or it looks like it is, that we have a whole crop now, a whole group and a growing group of Democratic Socialists of America members who are political candidates, who are, of course, Democrats. They are far left. They are young, appealing, good-looking, non-white. They always have to be non-white, not male.
Even though it's mostly
non-white.
even though it's mostly a bunch of young white people voting for them.
I'm here, guys. I'm not gonna run off, I don't think, but if I do, just, I don't know, fucking kill me. Or I should say I'm not gonna run off like I did before, but I'll be back in 1 second. Fuck 2 people now, damn it. What's up, guys?
buses. You're just going to pay in taxes.
Start asking about his people have no clue. They have no door to door to door to door, or in his case, mosque to mosque to mosque to mosque to mosque, building up a base, and then all of a sudden everyone's shocked. Who's about to be the next? In AOC's case, who's about to be the next congresswoman? We've never heard of this lady before. And who's in his case, who's about to be the next mayor of New York City? And it's amazing because I've seen several videos so far where people are like going around asking who they support. Oh, Mamdani, and they start asking about his father. People have no clue. They have no clue. He's just a young, new, exciting guy on the block where I vote for him and I feel good because I'm being so diverse, and that's all you need nowadays. That's all you need.
And he's offering free stuff. Free stuff. People don't think it through. Free stuff is never free. Somebody's going to pay for it, and as a matter of fact, you're going to pay for it, voters of New York who think you're going to get free stuff. You think, oh, wow, we're going to get free buses. I'm so tired of paying so much for the buses. You're just going to pay in taxes what you used to pay at the bus stop or on the bus. And it's probably going to be even more. This is how socialism works. It's really just a method of confiscation, not a method of equity or any genuine justice, just confiscating funds from those who are producing to give them to those who are not producing, as well as to those who are part of the elite groups. And that's all that Mamdani's going to do.
So he's now the sad part is running on this free stuff platform is pretty popular among people who don't, really? This guy's going to give a bunch of free stuff? Yeah, I'll vote for him to give me free stuff. That's why it's always a compelling message, no matter how many times it completely fails and blows up in people's faces. But yes, running on a platform of free buses, free childcare, free Palestine, perfect recipe for winning in New York right now.
And this, even more, it's a foolproof win-win situation. Because you see, socialist regimes throughout history, they only survive for any extended period if they trap their people in. The Berlin Wall, and of course the Soviet Union and other socialist states, they didn't have literal walls, but they had heavy penalties if you tried to leave the country. You couldn't just decide to fly to Paris or something. And Mamdani is going to be the mayor of New York City. He doesn't have walls around New York City. He can't force people to stay, so they're all going to leave. And the city will be bankrupt trying to pay for his socialist schemes. And then what will he do? He will blame Trump. Remember the 70s when New York went bankrupt. And I remember this very vividly. The New York Daily News had a very famous headline. Ford, the president, Ford to city, drop dead. It was a great headline. I'll never forget it. Many people will never forget it. But the fact is, Ford did not tell New York to drop dead. Ford just said, I will not bail you out. You have bankrupted yourself wasting money. I'm not going to help. Now, the people who really made New York drop dead were Abraham Bean and John Lindsay and other mayors of New York who spent all the money on a lot of crazy schemes. And so they are the ones who told the city to drop dead. And it's the same case now. Mamdani will kill the city, and then he will say, look, Trump wants us to die. Because Trump will say, no, I'm not going to bail you out. So he's got a ready scapegoat.
Yeah, so guys, you have a couple possibilities here. So he's a heavy favorite to be the next mayor of New York City. So it's always possible that someone will torpedo his campaign. They could decide, hey, this guy is really bad. People are, well, it's been pointed out. It's been pointed out, like the destruction of the Democratic Party has been letting them have the extremists among them take the reins of the entire party, and people are catching on, and they don't like it. They really don't like where things are going. And so, do you want more of this? Do you want more of this, or do you want to, rein things in? So it's always possible that they'll like torpedo him and put the old guy that they trust for some reason in there. So that's a possibility. Another possibility is he gets into power, and then people more powerful than him give him a little talking to and say, hey, it's great that you got elected on all this stuff. You're not going to do this stuff. You would it's not actually going to work. So great, you got into power. Now here's what you actually need to do, but you're not going to do that stuff. So that's possible, in which case he wouldn't carry out this stuff. If he actually jumps in there and starts doing this stuff, free bus rides and free childcare and all this, as Robert pointed out, there's no such thing. There's no such thing. This stuff is not free. It may be free for a particular person, but someone is definitely paying for it. And he claims that he's going to just make rich people pay for all this stuff. Well, guess what? It's a big country. It's a big country. Here's what happens, guys. Here's what happens when you get one of these socialists in there, and he's like, "Hey, I'm going to take all this stuff from the rich people and give it to other people." Sounds great. what actually happens if you can't trap the rich people in there. There are places where you may be able to trap rich people in and they can't leave. This is the United States. They can leave. They can leave. So what happens is you've got the upper class, the middle class, and the lower class, and then all of a sudden you get a socialist in power, and he declares war on the upper class and says, you guys are gonna start paying for everything else for everyone else. Guess what? The upper class leaves. They go somewhere else. You'll have some people who stay. They're doing the math, and they're saying, no, we'll still make a profit here, even though he's taxing us more and stuff. Those who can leave will go to a place that is friendlier towards their business, and so you're going to lose some of the people. And guess what? There go a big portion of your taxes. So you're raising taxes, but you're losing all that money because they'll just leave. So the upper class leaves, and now the middle class is the new upper class. So who's paying for stuff now? You have to dial up taxes on the middle class. And then those among the middle class who can leave, they'll leave and go somewhere else. And then you've basically destroyed your entire city. And good luck getting people back, because now they're in Tennessee or Texas or something else. The regular people, they either went there or somewhere else. And then the business people, now their businesses are in other places. And you're going, please come back to our city, please. They're going, what? What city? You've destroyed it. We don't want to go back there. And that's how you just destroy a city, guys. And for some reason, people keep thinking, hey, let's do this. What a great plan. It's the definition of insanity, Robert. It's the definition of insanity.
Yeah, that's true, because it has been done many times before. We have seen what happens when you have socialist rule, or even, democratic socialist rule. When we get to the videos, you'll see this guy's a straight-up Marxist. He's a total communist. He denies this, but it's very clear from his specific statements. But even if you have democratic socialism, we see where it leads. And this is not a secret. This is not voodoo. It's just like jihad. We see in the world, you read my book, The History of Jihad, there's 1,400 years of jihad. There's never, the moderate Muslims live in peace for 300 years. It never happens, because Islam is not peace. And socialism never works. And it's not going to work this time.
But maybe, Robert, this will be the one time Islam and socialism work.
Yeah, this guy, speaking of Islam and socialism, this guy is also uniquely lethal in that he holds to not one but two radically dangerous, violent, aggressive, anti-American, anti-infidel ideologies. And that is Marxism, infidel in the sense of a non-communist in that case, and then Islam. He is not only a Marxist, as we'll get to, but a Twelver Shiite. And the Twelver Shiites, that's the official religion of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Every week in the mosques on Friday, they chant, death to America, death to Israel. This is the guy who holds to that same idea. And how is he going to act in New York? In New York, we already had assassination squads trying to murder the Iranian dissident, Masih Ahmadinejad. So what's going to happen the next Iranian assassination group comes into New York City? Is he going to work hard to stop them, or think, I actually agree with these people. Maybe I'll just pretend I don't notice they're coming in.
Now, Robert, you mentioned that he's a Twelver Shia.
Yep.
For those of you who aren't familiar with Twelver Shias, as you pointed out, this is the regime in Iran. Now, Robert, for everyone who's confused about this strange alliance between the left and Islam, the socialists, the communists, and so on, and Islam, isn't that...
Hey, Coke, just wanted to stop by and say goodnight. Goodnight, Nostalgia. Sorry I passed out there, bro, for like 3.5 to 4.5-ish hours on stream. I was like, yeah, I'll sit here till Daniel's done, and then I'll end stream, and then I'll be back on in a little bit. And then I woke up, and my stream was still going, and I was AFK for a few hours, and no good. But yeah, I'm back now. It's alright, heck yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, I saw I think it was used as something like screaming, or a child screaming, or something like that. Yeah, my bad, I don't know what you guys all heard. There's screaming in the background and stuff. But, yeah, so my bad about that. I thought it was awkward because I heard a bunch of kids yelling. It was probably the little 4-year-old and 8-year-old. Still, though, not good to have. That's partially the reason I kept muting before, is because people kept wanting to talk to me, and, yeah, so it's like, alright, hold up, let me mute this real quick, talk to them, see what they want, and then, yeah, but after I fell asleep, it seems like they were like, well, he probably ended the stream, we can be normal now, and I don't know, because again, I don't know whatever, but they're probably, they're probably screaming and running around shit, and it's like, dang it, very least y'all should have, done that elsewhere, not where I'm, or sleeping or near where I'm sleeping, but oh well, it doesn't matter. Nicola. It's really okay, dude. I've babysitted lots of times. Yes, sir. Anyways, have a good night. Yeah, you too, my G. Take it easy. And don't have too much fun, bro. And sleep well. My guy's gonna need to do that same thing, bro. Alright, I need to sadly go back to base and grab some more pickaxes. So that's what I'm working on doing right now. I was going to go grab some more pickaxes.
Alliance between the left and Islam, the socialists, the communists, and so on, and Islam. Isn't that how the Ayatollah came to power? What wasn't it this awesome alliance in Iran? Hey, we're all on the same page. The leftists, the communists, the socialists, we'll all work together with the Islamists. We'll drive out the Shah and get rid of him, and then we'll all live in harmony. And if I recall correctly, once they succeeded and drove the Shah and his family out, didn't the Muslims just kill the leftists?
100% correct, David. This is something I discuss in the book, actually, that a lot of people think, well, wait a minute, how could he be a communist and a Muslim? Marcus is atheistic. Well, sure, but it's also opportunistic. And they're happy to make accords with anybody who will help them attain their goals. Both Islam and the left are violent, authoritarian, utopian systems. That is, they want to establish an earthly paradise and enforce it with a reign of terror. And so they're deep down soul brothers, blood brothers. So, in Iran, the Ayatollah Khomeini, he allied with the communists in Iran, the Tudor party, and they thought he had a place in the government, came to power, and instead he had them all arrested, imprisoned, ultimately executed. And I think that the left ultimately does frequently underestimates Islam and the Muslims that they're allying with. They don't realize this is a 1400-year jihad, and they're much tougher than the leftists that they're dealing with, and certainly that the leftists that they're dealing with think they are. Then probably the outcome will be the same in America as it has been everywhere else.
Robert, I just asked AI, what is the richest city in the world? New York City is the richest city in the world, and is basing this on the number of millionaires. So there are different ways. They say if you just went with average wealth, Monaco would be ranked first. But when you just tally up the number of millionaires, New York City is the richest city in the world by total millionaire population with 384,500 millionaires.
Wow.
384,000 millionaires, and you're
and I don't know a single one of them.
Yeah,
it's terrible.
And what I find interesting is, okay, you have why is your city so wealthy? Why are you ranked first in wealth? Because you have 384,000 millionaires in your city. What did you just do? Let's declare war on these guys who can actually go somewhere else because they're millionaires. They have the money to go somewhere else. Let's put a mayor in power who's really going to piss all these guys off. Brilliant
could
job.
possibly go wrong?
Yeah, just destroying New York City. Awesome stuff. All right, guys, so we have some video clips of Zohran Mamdani. I asked Robert to pick out some video clips that exhibit various features of our good friend Mamdani. They're not in any particular order, so Robert just sent me some video clips from various channels on X. So we're going to check those out, and Robert can add commentary. We'll take these first couple of super chats real quick, and then we'll jump into some videos. Is this what them kids call based? Yes. Love you, David. Boomer Wood. Oh, hi, Roberto Spencer. Great to see y'all again live. Love you guys and all you do.
You know, when I lived in the Bronx, I got sick. I went to the hospital, and I got bills from the hospital after that, and they were addressed to Roberto Spencer. It was just
Nice.
their default because it was the South Bronx, you know.
There's
And
no
so,
Roberto Spencer here.
No, I paid the bills, sir.
Nice.
Let's get that on record. But in any case, yep, that is a name that I have been called.
All right, so South Bronx for Robert. I lived in North Bronx for 12 or 13 years. How will Mamdani perform against the Al-Zut? That's the real question.
Well, Mamdani is a married man. I don't have any indication that he might have proclivities that way. On the other hand, people thought that about Muhammad too, so you never know.
Who knows what this guy's into. Congratulations on your recent award, Robert.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
The Dawa guys always scream, let me finish. Are they trying to imitate the men of Al-Zut? Or the horse riding prophet Momo? Yes.
Gosh, David, you know, I've been so busy lately, and I haven't been doing any videos. And when I was last around doing videos, everybody was talking about Azud. And I come back, a month later, and everybody's talking about Azud. Is that nothing's happened for a month?
Yep. And this is a good one for when someone says, yes, when the Dawa guys, Joel, when one of the Dawa guys says, let me finish, I'll go, like the minimal Zut. So I'll toss that in there. David, did you watch Mansour's video about a man arrested for wearing the Star of David in the UK? No, I did not. Mansour who?
I don't know about the video, but I know about the incident. There was a man wearing a Star of David. That's all he was doing. He was not chanting. He was not holding a sign. He was not doing anything. He was standing in the presence of Palestinian protesters. And the UK police, being as compromised and clueless as they are, they came and arrested him. They didn't say a word to the protesters. They said he was being provocative by wearing the Star of David.
Well, there you go. It's only going to get better from here on, isn't it, Robert?
Yep. It's all roses from here on out.
Bless you guys. Thank you. Does the AP and D Wood channel have permission to poach your content? Guys, any of you have permission to poach our content? Just noticed they added a members only section.
No, not according to YouTube. Stolen content then. Can't share people's clips. Why would you do that?
Worry about that later. Character, that's a super sticker. Thank you, Dissident. Let's see. Mamdani wins after he appears in a Bad Bunny video. I don't know what that's about. New York City. Your choice, Al Karaf hummus or Murdawich? Murdawich? The ist and ites from the Bible all bad.
I'm not sure that's true.
It took Muslims 400 years to take Byzantine, New York, and Michigan. Next 20 years, same strategy. My lover Muhammad followed. The channel name is Al-Zut the Destroyer.
It's very different, actually. They took the Byzantines, it took them more than 400 years. Read the history of jihad, it took them 800 years. But in any case, that was a military struggle. This is a jihad that's primarily facilitated by stupid infidels. It would not be happening if it weren't for stupid leftist infidels. In the first place, having brought all these people, among whom there are many jihadis, into the country, and
This
then
word,
normalizing
left.
the jihad ideology steadily.
It's almost as if the word left has become a popular word in today's social media talking points. It's almost as if the left is literally the cause for violence and inciting violence and terrorist groups being or growing or whatever. It's almost as if they're solely responsible for it.
Robert, I still see Al-Zut comments on the most
What do you know?
all across YouTube.
10-year me or 10 previous 10-year-old me was right. I don't fucking know. Old 10-year-old me was right. Basically, well, it doesn't matter though. Because it doesn't matter how much you're right, nothing changes.
A bunch of clips of Mamdani, and Robert is going to explain the relevance here. So here we go.
what the purpose is about this entire project. It's not simply to raise class consciousness, but to win socialism. And obviously raising class consciousness is a critical part of that. But making sure that we have candidates that both understand that and are willing...
What in the blue hell is that shirt?
Yeah, that's a pretty serious shirt. This is from 2020 when he was speaking at a socialist conference by Zoom, because it was supposed to be an in-person conference, but of course that was the height of COVID. And so we have this. He denies that he's a Marxist. This is clear evidence that he is.
COVID was fake. It was all planned. We called it out when it first happened. We wanted us to fucking wear face diapers. And we called out how even the face diaper shit wasn't even legitimate, that you wouldn't actually need to have an N95 mask to do anything. And even then, you still wouldn't, whatever. It still wouldn't stop at all. You're just more likely than not, but not get sick than an actual mask. If you wore a normal mask, it wasn't going to do nothing. So, yeah, and even then, fuck the N95, fuck all the masks. If you tried to force people to wear a mask, and you're a fucking brainwashed degenerate. At least in my personal opinion. I don't like to be told what to do, nor do I like people, trying to force me to do what they're telling me to do. It's like, I ain't your fucking bitch. Fuck you. I disregard all authority figures in my life. What do you think you are? You think I'm gonna start respecting you just because a random person on the street told me put a fucking mask on and get a jab in my arm? Hell no. I don't care if you're fucking the president himself telling me to do that. I ain't gonna do that. But anyway, maybe that's just me thing.
Is supposed to be an in-person conference, but of course that was COVID. And so we have this. He denies that he's a Marxist. This is clear evidence that he is down the line committed Marxist with a shirt.
I can't pay attention to what he's saying because of a stupid shirt. Look at that. I'm gonna have to close my eyes and look somewhere else. It looks like something from one of those like shows like Star Trek or something when they get to some alien world, and of course for the show they have to make up how these aliens dress, and it's always like some weird thing, and it's like that. That's kind of what it's like.
Yep.
All right, let's back up. I was distracted. I did not hear a word he said. All right, here we go.
What the purpose is about this entire project. It's not simply to raise class consciousness, but to win socialism. And obviously raising class consciousness is a critical part of that. But making sure that we have candidates that both understand that and are willing to put that forward at every which moment that they have, at every which opportunity that they are given. We have to continue to elect more socialists, and we have to ensure that we are unapologetic about our socialism. There are also other issues that we firmly believe in, whether it's BDS, right, or whether it's the end goal of ceasing the means of production.
BDS?
The same level.
BDSM?
That's straight up communism.
There you go, my friend. That's exactly why I sent you this clip. That he's talking about the end goal of seizing the means of production. The man's a straight-up Marxist. The idea of Marxism is the government owns everything, and they parcel out how much they think you need to you, no matter how hard or not hard that you work.
Yeah, and that's why these systems fail, because you're going to say, okay, we decide what you're going to get, and we're going to make sure everyone gets basically the same thing. As you pointed out, regardless of how hard you work or how hard you don't work, which means there's no incentive to work. It doesn't.
Yep, it incentivizes laziness.
Becomes lazy and does a crap job.
Just like driving vehicles, not obviously not all places or whatever, but my brother works for a company that that drives vehicles around and stuff, right? Hey, happy Days Played 2,420, guys. But anyway, my brother drives vehicles around for this company or whatever. When he first started working there, he was like, yeah, it was a little whatever. He had to had to learn the stuff or whatever. So he was getting home about the usual time that you would clock out at. Well, later on, after being there for a little bit, he has now been able to actually, do his route or whatever, the route that they have him run every day. Basically, he can basically get that route done and be back by around 3-4 o'clock sometimes when he's supposed to be done by 7 because he's hurrying and actually, getting the packages out and delivered early to the people that want them, and in return, basically making the people happier because they're getting their packages to them faster, right? But in the end, if you're supposed to be working a 9-hour day, and you're running your ass off and you're working 6 hours, if you're getting paid by the hour to basically be dropping packages off, and then these people are like, oh, you're done? Well, go home. You're literally incentivized
to be lazy, because if you aren't lazy, you're losing money. Like I hate jobs like that. I literally despise them with every fiber of my being. It's like, what type of job literally incentivizes their workers to be lazy? Because, like, they've literally asked them, too, like, the people at this job, like, hey, so, if I'm able to put in, you know, all my work within, you know, this many, or, you know, if I'm able to put in 9 hours of work within 6 hours or whatever, do you think I should maybe, you know, get a raise and, you know, so I can keep working like this with the said raise, so that way, you know, it's actually worth my time to work like this? And basically, it's like, no, you need to be here longer anyway, and even if we did give you a raise, we clearly wouldn't we would give you like a 50-cent raise. Like, you ain't gonna be getting much. What do you think this is, bro? So, like, I don't know, like, in my personal opinion, jobs that incentivize laziness are literally the problem, or what's wrong with America in these days. Just like, you know, socialism or whatever, fucking, you're literally the definition of incentivizing laziness, because the lazier you are, just because, you know, you aren't making no money and you're lazy or whatever, well, this other rich person who's working their fucking ass off will have to give me the money. It's like, what? That makes no sense. I don't know why anybody would even think that logically that makes sense, because if you're a rich person and somebody's like, hey, you're working your ass off, I'm not, and I want your money, give it to me. At least to me personally, maybe I'm a little bit of a different human being than most, but I'm going to tell you to get fucked. If I'm making money and you're like, hey, give me the money you're making, I'm a lazy piece of shit, yeah, I'm like, no, go fuck yourself. So, I don't know, maybe I'm just a little bit of a weirdo, but that's what I would say personally. And I feel like all those other people that are making more money, especially if they're million/billionaires or whatever, and they're making more money than you, I'm assuming that's going to be their exact same thought process, and they're going to have the money to back it up and, you know, basically defend themselves in court or whatever it may be. But I digress. I want to get back into this video.
Because regardless of how hard you work or how hard you don't work, which means there's no incentive to work, it doesn't get you anywhere, and so everyone just becomes lazy and does a crap job because it doesn't matter. You have your job from the government. Everyone has your job from the government. It does not matter how well you do it or how poorly you do it. It's all the same. Everyone does a crap job. And I remember way back in the day, you remember this, Robert, you remember a place called the Soviet Union.
The Soviet Union?
And I remember when I was young. And
I used to remember having conversations with them back in the day.
Who would go visit over there, and people over there would be offering to trade you something for, like, your pants and so on, because they can't get a good pair of pants over there because it's all crap. All the crap.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I remember actually long time ago, I knew a guy who was Cuban. And he talked about his life growing up in communist Cuba, Fidel Castro's Cuba, and how every year they would get like 2 pairs of underwear. And the state gives it to you. That's it. You can't just go to the store and buy some. And so he was telling all these very funny stories about how he was trying to get some more underwear and how he had to trade or had to try to finagle it and make all these deals. And it became this huge elaborate thing, consuming all his time just to get a pair of underwear. Because socialism is a philosophy that mandates scarcity. As David was saying, you get the same amount of money no matter how hard you work, so nobody works hard. There is the threat of the gulag that keeps you doing some minimal work, but it's all low quality. It's all however much you can get away with not doing when they're not looking. And so all the goods are shoddy, and there aren't very many of them. And that's how socialism works.
yeah, and the fundamental problem with these ideologies is, you can have some philosopher sitting down, writing on this some paper and stuff, and going, oh, this makes sense in my head. It's the biggest problem in the world, Robert, that people say, oh, this works in my head. I can imagine this working in my head, and therefore it will work in the real world.
Sure. Communism could work in the real world if every single person was an NPC and or a psychopath, except instead of acting out on their psychopathic tendencies and not even acting out, but instead of not caring about the authoritative figures in the world, everybody with ASPD basically decided that they were going to start caring about authority figures, and then they were going to start basically doing what I'm saying is, if you're not somebody who's a psychopath after a little bit of communism in your life, it seems like you're going to get sick of it, and you're not going to want it anymore. Unless you're a psychopath, then sure, you might enjoy it, but even then you won't enjoy it because you don't like authority figures telling you what to do in life. So the only way you might enjoy it is if you're a psychopath who respects authority figures, who's being extremely lazy, and who's getting a better deal than getting more money than what you're actually working for, your wise or whatever. That's the only way I could see anybody even liking it, and the only way it would work is if every single person was like an NPC. Like, that's why, fucking, you can be this big communist guy, basically. This is, maybe not even communist is the right word, because it's not our stuff, it's my stuff, but still. In Minecraft, you can, buy stuff, you can lock up villagers in holes and then fucking force them to trade stuff with you or whatever. And why does that work? Because they're NPCs, they have no feelings. You try to do it with a real person, you lock them in a hole and force them to trade items with you. Guess what? You're going to jail for probably human trafficking. Just saying. So, yeah. I don't know. It works if you're, on paper, it works if you're an NPC, but it doesn't work for, the average human that has cognitive, fuck me, that has logical and rational reasoning. Fuck it, I can't even English today. I should have slept longer than 3.5 hours last night, and then 2.5 hours the other night. I've slept like 6 hours, guys, in the last like 3 to 5 days. I don't even know how long it's been. Yeah, it's been a while. My brain just fucking melts in my head. So I'm sorry if anything I say is a rant or intelligent ramblings. Or intelligent, yeah. Or unintelligent ramblings. At the moment, I'm just kind of zoning. But yeah, happy day 2420, guys. Or days played 2420.
Idea needed to stay in your stupid head because it doesn't work in the real world. Yeah, I can imagine a world where everyone just works super hard for the good of everyone else. Sorry, there's something called human nature, and it doesn't work like that.
David, that's a very important point, actually, because Lenin himself, the founder of the Soviet Union, V.I. Lenin, he, I was reading a biography of him, and he's setting out all this crazy stuff. And the biographer says, well, you have to bear in mind that he was saying all this before the Gulag, before the Ukrainian famine, before communist China, before democratic Kampuchea. He may not have realized that this was the logical outcome of what he was saying. Now, maybe he should have had the sense to realize it, but remember that Zohran Mamdani is saying all this after all that. And yet he's still saying it. So the man knows better, or ought to know better, and it's criminal that we're once again being pushed this failed philosophy that has caused so much
psychopathy is my whole philosophy.
It's always the same pitch. Hey, you don't have a lot. Those guys over there got more. Wouldn't it be great if we just took their stuff and gave it to you, and we all split it up and we all have the same? That does make sense. Okay, great.
Not to be that guy, but doesn't that sound like the literal definition of fucking toddlers? You give your, let's say you have 2 fucking toddlers here, right? And it's like, hey, here I have a cookie that I have broken in half and giving you half and giving you half. What does the one toddler say to you about the other one? The cookie you gave me looks like it may have been a little bit smaller, and I want it to be fair. I want what they have, even if it's a optical illusion into the kid's mind or whatever, and they have more cookie than the other kid. I want more. Give me more. It's like, bro, that's literally the definition of these fucking kids on fucking that want communism and fucking socialism and shit. It's like, bro, you literally are like, but look at this person. They got more than me. I want it. And it's like, shut the fuck up. Holy shit. You're literally fucking babies. You're the definition of toddlers.
Right, and
once again, being pushed this failed philosophy that has caused so much destruction.
And it's always the same pitch. Hey, you don't have a lot. Those guys over there got more. Wouldn't it be great if we just took their stuff and gave it to you, and we all split it up and we all have the same? That does make sense. Okay, great. And now your entire country's just been destroyed.
So it's the politics of envy. And in Christianity, we hear envy is a sin. Envy is a corruption of the soul that is important to avoid. Envy is, as the old expression goes, the thief of joy. It makes you depressed. No matter how good you got it, you can see somebody else who you think has it better and you get all sad. And so when the church says to you, when Christianity says to you, envy's bad, avoid it like the plague, then we wouldn't be in this fix. But this man is selling envy, and he's about to be elected mayor of New York on the basis of envy.
And here's what really gets me about all this, Robert. The United States is the most powerful and richest nation the world has ever seen. That means we got some things right. We got some of the big things right. Somehow we got some of the big things right. Which means you should be careful about changing the big things. You should be careful about changing the big things because you obviously got some of the big things right. If you want to try some completely new system of doing things, go try that in a crap country that doesn't have a lot to lose, right? You have some country and they can't get anything working and everything's falling apart and you want to try something there, go try something there. When you're saying, well, richest country in history, what are we going to do with this? I don't know. Let's completely change the economic system. So let's change everything. That's why.
Yep, they're retards.
You know, I get suspicious when you're trying to change any big thing. It's almost like you need to really lay out a really good case for why you want to change something, and you need to show that this works better. This is obviously going to work better. You need to make some case for that. So when it's, hey, you've got your system here, and this made you the richest country the world's ever seen. You know what we need to do? Let's replace it with the differences. What are you going to replace it with? Something that fails every time it's ever been tested. It's like, wait, what? It's never worked ever? And you're going to replace what obviously has worked really well over here? And so that's like, but fortunately we don't have that, like, across the U.S. But we do see politicians who are just like, they're calling to change everything. That, like, every single thing. Every single, like, pillar of society. We want to tear everything down and change everything. And it's like, what basis do you have for thinking that this is going to make anything better? What possible basis can you have? Show me your empirical research that shows this will be better if we tear everything down and replace it with something else. It reminds me of what Thomas Sowell said. He said it back in the 90s, but he said we spent the past 30 years replacing what works with what sounds good. And that's pretty much always the case with socialism. Hey, would you like free buses? Well, that sounds good. Okay, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. That idea doesn't work. So anyway, but that's my view as far as like the United States as a whole. You got people, we want to change all this stuff. We want to change everything, every single thing. But then you got New York City in particular. And it's the richest country in the world. And the richest country in the world, I mean the richest city in the world in terms of number of millionaires, hundreds of thousands of millionaires, you're saying, socialism here. That'll make things better. Really. The system that has never worked in any city ever is going to make the rich, and here's the point, Robert. If you have somehow achieved the richest city on the planet with the most millionaires on the planet, you obviously had something right about how you were doing things. You obviously did something that was really making the city rich. What are you going to do? You're going to adopt a system that completely destroys economies. And people are going for it, man. And all I can say is, well, you asked for it, guys. You asked for it. You're going to get it. You asked for it, now you're going to get it. All right, that's good, friends. So Donnie wants to millions of production.
Also other issues that we firmly believe in, whether it's BDS, right, or whether it's the end goal of season meets production, where we do not have the same level of support at this very moment. And what I want to say is that it's critical that the way that we organize, the way that we set up our work and our priorities, that we do not leave any one issue for the other, that we do not meet a moment and only look at what people are ready for.
Well, I'm convinced. Now I want to be a communist too. Please get a shirt like that. Please seize the means of production. Guys, does everyone understand like that? How that works out there? Like, right now, in the United States of America, you can start a business. I'm going to go start a business. I want to work hard. I'm going to put in 60, 70, 80 hours a week into my new business. Why?
And I used to put that into somebody else's business.
Have employees and so on. Nope, the government can do it better. So you just work for the government, and guess what? That took away all your incentive for working hard. It's no longer for you to build something and for you to establish something. Nope. And you have this. You can actually think you could have a person. Who really, really just loves working hard and stuff. So I'm gonna work for the government. I'm gonna just work myself cold real quick.
Yep.
You're in the factory, the government-owned factory producing pants, let's say, and you see everyone else sitting around on their butts. And then so you're the one working and doing everything. It's like, why am I working so much?
Yep.
I'm sitting around doing nothing, making crap. Why? Why?
That's what I said. That happens in general.
It completely destroys your will to excel.
Or if you're like, you are excelling.
It doesn't do anything.
Yep. And you're like, hey,
Welcome to the future of
could I be, pushed to manager soon, or at the very least a supervisor, because I've been, working 4 times as hard as anybody here. I've been putting in twice the hours and been picking up shits for people. And they look at you and be like, nope, you're too young. Nobody wants to have a supervisor at your age. It's like, so you're ageist, okay.
It took Andrew Cuomo being beaten by a Muslim candidate in the Democratic primary for him to set foot in a mosque. He had more than 10 years, and he couldn't name a single mosque at the last debate we had that he visited. And what Muslims want in this city is what every community wants and deserves. They want equality, and they want respect. And it took me to get you to even see those what community wants and deserves. They want equality, and what Muslims want in this city is what every community wants and deserves. They want equality, and they want respect. And it took...
If that's all they wanted, I'd have no problem with it. We want the entire world, and we want to conquer you, and we want to take your wives and take everything you have and make you our kidneys. That's kind of the problem. But we'll just pretend that's not a real thing there. You're hungry. Back up here.
And what Muslims want in this city is what every community wants and deserves. They want equality, and they want respect. And it took me to get you to even see those Muslims as part of this city. And that, frankly, is something that is shameful and is why so many New Yorkers have lost faith in this politics.
So, he didn't go around visiting mosques, and this means he just doesn't care. This dude's evil, Robert, but it's smart. I will, and I saw some clips. Stephen Brown sent someone undercover to talk to someone in Zafran's campaign, and the guy was saying, "Yep, we just keep going around the mosque. We just keep going around the mosque, getting more and more people in the mosque." But that's brilliant. That's apparently going to be everyone across the country needs to pay attention to what's going on, because everyone's just going to adopt this method where you let some young go-getter go around to decide who you're going to get to vote for you, what's going to give you the majority, and just go around door to door, mosque to mosque, whatever it happens to be, go there over and over and over again. And then when you're on a debate, hey, has my opponent been to your house? No. Has my opponent been to your house? Who really cares about you? Who really cares about you? I'm the one who cares. But no, this is all part of your plan. It's just part of a plan, part of a strategy.
Absolutely. But also, we have to remember, Islam's a collectivist ideology. It is not individualistic. You see, whenever there's an election and the talking heads are breaking down the election results, then they say, okay, this group went 63% for candidate A and 37% for candidate B. And this other group went 59% for candidate B, whatever. Now, you never see that with the Muslim vote. The Muslim vote doesn't break that way. The Muslim vote is always 99% for one guy.
Because they're told who to vote for.
Precisely because they consider themselves to be part of the Ummah, the global Muslim community, and they have a responsibility to the community. There's tremendous community cohesion. This is why you have such, it's not just the death penalty for apostasy, but it is the closeness of the community and the insular nature of the community that discourages people from leaving Islam. Millions of people have asked me over the years, why don't Muslim women rise up? Because they're part of the community. They would lose everything if they rise up. They would lose all their friends, their social circle, their family. It's not that easy. They don't have a concept of going out and living on their own. You live within the community. You live within the group. The group tells you, vote for this guy, you vote for this guy. Now, in American politics, that's like dangling catnip in front of the cat. To tell a politician that if you go pander to this group, all of them will vote for you. All of them. Not just 60% or 70%. All of them. And so he's excoriating Cuomo, but you're right, the whole thing was a fix. There was no chance that they were ever going to vote for Cuomo anyway, because Mamdani is in the group. And so he goes to a mosque and they say he's a Muslim brother. You vote for your brother, and he's going to get 100% of the Muslim vote.
So hold on, Robert, hold on. What you're saying is, now let's take a fictional country. A fictional country, let's call it the United Kingdom. So if I'm a politician in the United Kingdom, and I know there's one group out there that will always vote as a bloc, it would be in my best interest, if I want to have a job and retain my place of power, to bring in as many of these people as possible and to convince them that I'm their buddy, and also all I need to do is praise their religion and keep bringing them in and telling them I'll do whatever they want and silencing all critics and arresting critics and so on. And I'll just stay in power until they decide to just start putting themselves into power.
Yeah.
And then there's no stopping it. But that would be that could be something that works.
Yep, definitely. And Mamdani here, he's telling Cuomo that this is how it works now. You want to be mayor of New York City? You pay your respects to the mosques. And if you don't do it, you got no chance. And the more Muslim immigration into the city, which of course he will facilitate as mayor, the more that's going to be true.
Now, Robert, you know what would have completely won the election for Cuomo right there? You know who would have won the election for Cuomo? Mamdani says, and this man hasn't visited one single mosque.
How many churches have you visited?
To reply with was, well, after reading what happened to your prophet by the men of Al-Zut, I want to stay as far away from these mosques as possible. There would have been thunderous laughter and applause from the audience. That clip would have been shared everywhere by millions and millions of people. Cuomo would have won by a landslide. All of the power of the story of Al-Zut. And he screwed it up. This is what it's going to be.
I think if he had said that, I'm not sure the crowd would have known what he was referring to, but once it came out in the papers, it certainly would have blown the race wide open. So
It's not in the good sense.
Yeah, exactly.
You blown wide open like Muhammad with the Al-Zut.
The problem is we got such a weak candidate against this guy who is part of a deeply corrupt system and doesn't have any idea how to deal with what he's facing in Montgomery. And so, well, as you said,
Take a couple super chats and we'll go to the next video. I am noticing a lot of anti-Semitism among recent converts to Orthodoxy, as well as from some of the more old world people. How can we address this? Also, what happened to This Week in Jihad?
okay, well, as far as This Week in Jihad goes, I have been busier than any human being wants to be. I've got 3 books coming. This one is out now that you should all go and buy. Intifada on the Hudson, the selling of Zohan Mamdani. You think he sounds bad in this show? It's worse. And Holy Hell, Islam's Abuse of Women and the Infidels Who Enable It, coming next month. And then another book, The Tragedy of Islam, Failure and Excuses, which is about kind of what we were talking about earlier, about how Islam is a failed system like Marxism, keeps on nonetheless being spread by people who do not recognize how it has failed, and meanwhile there are all these infidels making excuses for its failure. Anyway, 3 books, Jihad Watch every day, many other obligations, so I apologize, I just haven't been able to do it. Also, obviously, we've got many great video people out there. I know that I'm not one of them. I don't have to do everything and not able to do everything. This Week in Jihad also, it's kind of samey, because the jihad is kind of samey. It's, in other words, somebody blew something up, somebody killed somebody, some guy's standing on a street in Paris, knifing people. We could write This Week in Jihad totally, just write a template and just fill in the name.
We could make one episode with a bunch of blanks.
Yeah, exactly.
And then someone else could just matter of fact, Robert, we can make an entire episode where we just leave out names and places and stuff like this, and then we could just have a separate recording where we just name every city and country on the planet where these things take place, and then someone could just take the template and insert the names and places, and it's all goes for it perfectly well.
Press 1 for Spanish. So, anyway, I am grateful to all of you.
Press 1 for Iran. Press 2 for Afghanistan. Press 3 for Turkey.
Now, as far as anti-Semitism among
Press 4 for Indonesia.
in the first place, there are, and we
Press 5 for Nigeria.
several of the great saints
Alright.
and fathers of the church, notably St. John Chrysostom, but also others who have said some things that appear to be quite anti-Semitic. And I discussed this in my book, Anti-Semitism, History and Myth. Now, there are many, it's a thing, a hallmark of the Orthodox tradition to revere the fathers and to follow their lead in understanding the scriptures, in understanding the faith, and so on. So this has led a lot of the recent converts to think, well, we have to hate the Jews because they hate the Jews. But it's down this road because in the first place, you're talking about John Chrysostom. He was writing in the 4th century, the late 4th century, the early 5th century. He died in 407. And he was not, in other words, writing in modern conditions, in the modern situation. He was writing at a time when the Christians were going to the synagogues and attending the services, and he was deeply concerned that they were going to get confused about the nature of the faith and so on. And he wrote some things that were very blistering, but taken in the context of post-Holocaust, they read very differently from how they did when he wrote them. When he was writing as the leader of one religious group that he felt threatened by the other. Now, this is not to say that he was wrong or bad or something like that, but just that he was writing in very different conditions, and it's not wise to just flatten out history and assume that anything said at any point applies 100% to a very different situation, which is what we're living in. It's not like the 4th century Roman Empire. And so, the orthobros, as they're called, I think that they're not really sufficiently aware or interested in those historical differences, and that's too bad. I tried to explain them, as I said, in the book Anti-Semitism, History and Myth, but obviously if you look at leaders like His All Holiness Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew of Constantinople and others, they have been very clear that anti-Semitism is no part of Orthodoxy. Those are the authorities. The thing about non-Protestant Christianity is that they're actually authorities. And so it's not just that you have some guy who's got a YouTube channel and he's the guy you listen to. So you listen to some ortho bro with a YouTube channel. Well, he's not a patriarch or a bishop. So proceed with caution. There's a lot of faddism, a lot of groupthink among those people, and also a lot of deeply uncharitable behavior, nasty hostility from guys like Jay Dyer and people like that. And I think that's not the orthodoxy that I love, and certainly not what our Lord calls us to model. And so I say proceed with tremendous caution in listening to these people.
You heard it here, folks. Don't ever listen to anyone with a YouTube channel.
Yeah, read books. There you go.
Here she says, Dawood, can you maybe censor bar his shirt? This is from Mamdani's awesome shirt. Why do atheists, socialists, and Muslims so align? Well, you couldn't lump atheists together there because atheists would be all over the place. What you would say is leftist atheists align with Muslims. And that's just basically anyone who wants to tear down the current system to replace it with something else. They're usually glad to work with each other. We have a common thing that's much bigger than our separate groups. And so we should all work together in tearing it down, and every different group thinks, oh, and after we tear that down, then our group will win. And it turns out to be the jihadis that just behead all the other groups.
Also, there's a deep affinity, and this is something I've spoken about many times, and I believe I even write about it to some degree in this book, the book. But they're both authoritarian utopian systems. And I was saying actually some of this before, that they want to establish an earthly utopia. And they both do it by a reign of terror. The Muslims want to establish Sharia. Sharia is based on the idea that you implement the will of Allah in every aspect of life. So it's the perfect society. And if you get out of line, you get stoned, you get your hand cut off, you get your head cut off, and so everybody else is too frightened to get out of line. It's a reign of terror. The socialist left works the same way. They want to establish the perfect society of the workers' paradise. And if you get out of line, you go to the gulag. It's a reign of terror. Solzhenitsyn writes about how innocent people were arrested in the Soviet Union. People they knew were innocent. And their families would go and say, the guy's innocent, let him go. But they didn't want to because they wanted to terrorize the rest of the people into submission. And that's just what Sharia does by all its draconian punishments. It terrorizes you into submission. So they are blood brothers. They are deeply aligned because they have the same worldview. They're both authoritarian utopians.
Robert, you're not fooling anyone. Retiring from jihad works to work Retiring from Jihad Watch to work on the Batcave, Robert is Bruce Wayne and Mom Dung's. Yes, that's another nickname for Mom Dung. Mom Dung's worst nightmare. David is Alfred.
Okay. I have not retired from Jihad Watch. JihadWatch.org is a website that carries the Jihad news every day, still does, hasn't changed. And you don't have to have a video to go read the Jihad news. It's all still there. Everything that was in This Week in Jihad is at Jihad Watch. Everything that was in every episode of This Week in Jihad, we reported at Jihad Watch.
In fact, Robert, were someone so inclined, could someone else get together with one or two friends and just read everything at Jihad Watch and actually just do a show called This Week in Jihad? Could someone else do that?
Yeah, that would be great as far as I'm concerned. I'd appreciate it if they gave credit to where they were reading from, but that would be it.
They could just be straight up pulling up Jihad Watch articles and commenting on them, right?
Yeah, that's what we did.
That's what we did, guys. I actually did nothing. I would make a thumbnail and set up a live stream, and Robert, since he goes through this stuff every day, would just pull up all the stuff that he's gone through that week.
Yeah, but also you should understand when I say that my time is so pressed, This Week in Jihad took hours.
Oh, I know.
Set up.
I know like setting up a live stream. Even like so we're doing a live stream right now. Guess what? I had to download the video. So I had to ask you for video clips. You had to find the video clips, send me the video clips. Then I have to download the video clips. I have to import them because I want to check volumes and stuff like that. Then I have to, after I've done all that, I have to go talking. Now that isn't terrible, but that's altogether that's a few hours. That's a few hours of work. So it's not just like hour long for live. It's actually getting everything ready.
Yeah, and I had everything to do that, and everything else to do on top of that. You know, these books and the website and other responsibilities as well. So once again, apologies, but you can still get the Jihad news at jihadwatch.org.
And if anyone wants it in news form, you can start a live stream and go through the articles over on Jihad Watch. Boom. Since millions of New Yorkers are immigrants, mostly from way worse places of what New York will be like in the next 50 plus years, with this society, they have nothing to lose. Oh, socialism. Okay. They have nothing to lose. You cannot scare them.
Hold up. Nicola, what's up? Alright, my bro is apparently gonna be coming over for a moment, wants me to open it or go and lock the door and stuff. Fucking Alzut, not letting me up. It's all the Alzut's fault. Alright guys, be back in one momente. I'm gonna just leave this here to play for you guys, I guess.
Scare them with socialism. No, actually, I mean, again, I looked, his biggest supporters are white liberals and Asian liberals. That's his voter base. Minorities, at least when I checked a while back, minorities, blacks, Hispanics, and so on, they were going for Cuomo.
It's just like South Florida. You know, the Democrats facilitated mass migration thinking that all those people would vote Democrat because they were coming from leftist societies and they would reflect the same philosophy. But a great many of the people in South Florida were people who suffered in communist Cuba. They hate communism. They do not want to bring it here. And they did not vote the way the Democrats expected. Which is not to say that the Republicans have any sense either. But anyway.
Robert, thoughts on Muhammad being an Abyssinian bishop? What? You're going in a completely different direction here.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that offhand. I've heard various scenarios in which he is cast as being a Christian or a Jew or listening to Christian. Of course, there's record of that in the Islamic traditions. But being a bishop, I mean, if that's true, then the stories have been so altered after that's just more indication that they don't have any historical value, as I have argued now for years. This is the basis of the whole idea of skepticism about Muhammad, that there's just nothing in these stories that can be depended upon to be historically accurate. And so if he were an Abyssinian bishop, then there's no record of it. In the Hadith literature, in the Sirah literature, nowhere. So that's altogether to be expected because it's clearly highly adulterated.
Misa says, did you guys see the picture of Zohran with a kippah surrounded by Jews? Educate your audience on the Hart-Celler Act and the Jewish influence.
Okay, well, everybody's becoming anti-Semitic nowadays, and I got to tell you, I got no patience for you people, because the Hart-Celler Act and in the 1960s, mid-1960s, 65, there were laws changed where immigration had been restricted to people from Europe or primarily people from Europe, with an idea that there was a cultural integrity, ethnic and cultural integrity to the United States that they wanted to preserve. And that was thrown out in the mid-60s, the Hart-Celler Act and so on. But Ted Kennedy was the primary proponent of changing the immigration laws and making it so that anybody could come from anywhere. And so you're telling me Ted Kennedy was some pawn of the Jews? You know, this is just a lot of hooey.
Robert. No, it's this thing that apparently Jews are the only group you're allowed to do this with, because everyone else you're not allowed to do it with. But Dennis Prager pointed out, he said you can't say the Jews anything, because you have Jews who are on the right, you have Jews who are on the left, and he was pointing out, he says, I have nothing in common with someone like George Soros, nothing. You cannot point to any idea we hold where we actually agree. But here's how it works. And he pointed out there, he said, so you had people who are Jews involved in starting communism and so on. So they'll say the Jews started communism. Well, guess what? You had Jews involved in establishing capitalism as well. So the Jews started. So whatever you hate, you just point and say the Jews did that. And you have lots of Jews like on the left. So you can always point to a place like the Southern Poverty Law Centers. Look, there's a Jew there. You see, the Jews are doing this. It doesn't matter what you don't like. You can find a Jew somewhere involved in some system and say, see, why don't you talk about how the Jews are doing this? And it's just pathetic, lazy, weak thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. So Zohran goes to a synagogue and he's wearing a kippah, so suddenly he's a tool of the Jews.
You see, this means the Jews are behind this.
Zohran is trying to shore up the Jewish vote, worried that he might lose some of it because he's been so inveterately anti-Israel and so on.
Yeah, supporting the Holy Land 5.
You talk about mass migration into the West, which Hart-Celler facilitated, and people talk about the Jews doing it. Well, have you ever heard of Pope Francis? Or Pope Leo, for that matter. Pope Leo the 14th just got in, and what does he say? That you can't be pro-life if you are not in favor of mass migration into the West. Well, okay, so is he Jewish now? Well, he does wear a kippah. Must be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Mises West, seriously, grow up. It's just pathetic. If you could pick anything else, like suppose you just really hated Irish people, could you find people with Irish background in everything you don't hate? I mean, everything you hate, and then say, look, it's the Irish. Yes, you could. There's just one group that it's acceptable to do this with. Robert, already did that one. Every time he says we, the American, we, i.e. Americans.
He's very sharp. He's very articulate. He's very smart. He's glib. He's appealing. He's charming. And so that makes him an extremely dangerous candidate.
Can the Freedom Center arrange a sit-down between Dennis Prager and John Lennox? We need their stories behind the Iron Curtain and their ideas on happiness.
Okay, well, I am affiliated with the David Horowitz Freedom Center, and I'm happy to help in any way. But in the first place, I don't know who John Lennox is. In the second place, Dennis Prager unfortunately had a terrible accident some time ago. I did see that he made a video recently, but he's still in he's in very bad shape. So I don't know that he's up for some sort of a discussion with this Lennox. I don't know who Lennox is, but
John Lennox. He's an Oxford professor of mathematics. He's got like three doctorates, but he also does Christian apologetics, and he sounds like a leprechaun. But super smart guy. Again, 3 doctorates, and so yeah, he's kind of jolly and fun and so on. Yeah, so that wouldn't have anything to do with the Freedom Center. Anyone who wants to have a discussion with Dennis Prager is either going to have to be like online, or someone would have to go to him. So if you wanted to see a discussion between Dennis Prager and John Lennox, you should contact Dennis Prager and say, hey, why don't you guys invite John Lennox to come out for a discussion? And yes, I would watch that, because both those guys are
if I had 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, back into videos. I'm just saying, this probably wouldn't be something that happened. So hey, there's a reason, a validation, if you will, to crank up or pump up my numbers. So yeah, hit that subscribe button, guys. As soon as we get 100,000 subscribers, this will be a rare occurrence.
Hey Robert, we tell all these Zut jokes. The descendants of the Zut are the Jat people of India. And it's just funny, when they hear the story of the Zut, they're like, that is what we did. It's exactly what we did at Muhammad. I'm proud of my ancestors. I'm proud of them for doing this. It's pretty funny.
Oh, I love it.
Yep, they're pretty fun. All right. Oh, and by the way, I went to the Jat website, and they said in earlier centuries we were known as the Zut, and we actually had a meeting with Muhammad in the desert once. They didn't say what.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I know. It's actually funny. It's on the Jat people's website that they met with Muhammad.
I take a dab, need to do a few things. I'm sorry.
All right, now we have another clip.
Doing this, but I need to really quick. Happy Days played for
I do not know what is in this clip.
2,422. Or 2,422.
Oh yeah, what is this? I remember this one. It's a woman freaking out. What's this about?
He's at an LGBT. You see the rainbow. He's speaking. You can't really see him, but he's way up at the front of the hall, and she's a Muslim woman yelling at him for being at the LGBT celebration.
Yeah, isn't that what you would expect, right? Wouldn't you expect? I mean, what would you expect from Muslims? Because you see what happens when they get into power. Like again, they'll work together until they take over a city, and then what happens? We saw it. We saw it at a town in Michigan, and then all these leftists worked their hardest to get a bunch of Muslims into power on the city council, and then they said, "Yeah, no more of this pride stuff." And what happened? All the leftists go, "What? Where's the gratitude? We worked so hard to get you into power, and now you just throw us all under the bus." That's what you would expect. But it's just weird, Robert. The vast majority of Muslims, yeah, go hard with all this LGBTQ stuff.
Well, they know they need the alliance. Mm-hmm. The thing is, what beats me is, why is it that the LGBTQ people don't say, wait a minute, you're going to throw us off buildings. You know, why are we doing this? But nobody confronts him there except the Muslim woman. All the leftists just sit there and say, isn't it great that he's here?
Mm-hmm. And so, language warning, guys. I remember getting this clip ready. So there's a language issue. So you're saying. So anyway, I didn't watch the entire clip. So you're saying this is a woman blasting Mamdani, not the Zut sense, but blasting Mamdani for being with all the LGBTQ stuff.
Yep.
All right, let's check it out.
You cannot be touching me as a Muslim woman. Get off of me. You just witnessed that and you didn't do shit. You should be ashamed. In the Quran, it says that there will be hypocrites. Hypocrites who believe in Allah and say that they are Muslims. But you know what makes them different? They side with the oppressors. You cheer on AOC. AOC sides in support of the Iron Dome, and yet you glaze her. You praise her. You should be ashamed, you hypocrites. They are continued to be brutalized for protesting against genocide every single fucking day, protesting against graduations, and you still haven't said shit. But you will condemn direct actions against Zionist settlers. Have some damn shame. How do you pray every single day to Allah?
Notice also, it's a church where all the gay stuff is.
Smart. Guys, whatever church that is, you guys are doing a bang-up job. You're changing the world.
And of course, she's all exercised about Israel, and it's because AOC is not sufficiently anti-Israel, and he's palling around with AOC, and so that's what she's yelling about.
Yeah, his response to this lady should be, hey, quiet it down. Wait till I get in power. It's
I
only
don't think there is any response, if I recall, but anyway.
It's only temporary.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I mean, I've only seen some clips and so on, but he seems more diehard leftist who's using Islam than like Islamist who's using leftism.
That's what I say in the book, because every time he talks about what he wants to do as mayor, it's all this socialist communist stuff, like decommodify housing, that is, make it not a private matter, but a matter of government housing that everybody's forced to live in. When he talks about Islam, it's only when he's playing victim and saying people have been so Islamophobic to him, or when he's claiming that like Cuomo is Islamophobic and has never visited a mosque.
Yep. So, guys, looks like Robert and I are thinking the same thing about this guy, because at the end of the day, Islam and socialism, especially the socialism that is just far left with the aligned with LGBTQ stuff and so on, these don't go together. They make very different claims about how to govern a state and so on. And so when you see someone who's a Muslim socialist or a Muslim communist or something like this, you should be thinking, okay, is this a Muslim who's using socialism or communism to dupe people and to get into power? Or is it a socialist communist who's using Islam for the votes? Seems like he's a serious believer in all the socialist commie nonsense he's spouting and using Islam because, as Robert pointed out, they'll vote as a block. So if you just go around to all the mosques, if you have between 750,000 and 1 million Muslims in New York, and you can get them to vote as one big block by going to some mosques and then saying, but where's my opponent? He's not in any of the mosques. That's all you need to do.
So one other consideration about that, though, and that is that he has said that it was the Palestinian issue that made him get into politics. And so he is clearly, that was actually when he first started to become politically active.
I'm also thawing some meat right now, guys, because gotta get some food made in a little bit. At least that's my plan. Not now. It's gonna be like an hour or two, if not 3 hours later, but I'm gonna get some food going in a little bit.
He said, well, you saw that earlier clip where he said we have to work for our overall goals. He didn't just say seizing the means of production, which is, of course, Marxism, but also BDS, which is divesting from Israel. And so he's very deeply concerned to support the jihad against Israel, and said that that's what got him into politics. So the Muslim side, we shouldn't discount it. And I think that it wouldn't be in the least surprised, it wouldn't be at all surprising if what you're saying about this clip is true, and he stops with all this, with the LGBTQ once he's elected, and becomes more obviously and ostentatiously Islamic.
And, I mean, if he does, I mean, that is the quickest way to block criticism among New Yorkers. You just, hey, so you can do all this crazy stuff, and then anyone who criticizes you, they're just criticizing you because you're Muslim. That's it. That's the only reason they're criticizing. You can actually be like destroying the city. Anyone who criticizes you, they're just criticizing me because I'm Muslim. It is the ultimate criticism blocker. But
he's already doing this.
Oh, yeah.
The guy's very slick. Cuomo had a flyer where they made him look scary in a picture, made Mamdani look scary. Now, David, I find political flyers kind of interesting to see how they're trying to sell their candidate. And it's a common thing on political flyers to make the other guy look bad. They get some picture of him looking stupid, silly expression on his face, or they manipulate the lighting so that he looks scary.
They do that in the videos, all the campaign videos and stuff like this. My opponent is basically the worst person in the universe. Look at this, all in black and white.
And so Cuomo did that, business as usual, standard flyer, and Mamdani cried Islamophobia. Said, look, they lengthened my beard and made me look darker so I'd be more scary. It was all nonsense from beginning to end, but he made a big deal of it, got all the media on board, condemning Cuomo for Islamophobia.
Yeah, and he's been doing that sort of thing for a while, Robert. I think if he actually becomes mayor, there's one thing we can all be thankful for, and that's that his rap career is over. Because these were guys, I'm not even joking or exaggerating. I've heard some terrible raps over the years, and this guy is hands down the worst. But his song Salam, that's where he declared his love for the Holy Land Five. Who are the Holy Land Five, Robert?
They are people who were facilitating the transfer of funds from the Holy Land Foundation, which was the largest Islamic charity in the United States, to Hamas. So actually, I heard recently about somebody's mom or grandmother, and she was a devout Catholic, and she thought, oh, the Holy Land Foundation, I want to give to the Holy Land. So she's given all this money to the Holy Land Foundation, not realizing it's a Hamas front. Mm-hmm. And so the Holy Land Five went to prison for funneling the charitable contributions to Hamas. Mamdani's praising them in the rap, and the rest of the rap is all about how terrible it is to be a Muslim in New York.
That's what I wanted to bring up.
Muslims suffer, which is a lot of nonsense.
Yeah, so he declares his love, but think about the progression, Robert. Think about the progression, because it's sort of like it encapsulates the overall approach. So that song starts off with him moaning and wailing about his poor aunt, who is so terrified of Islamophobes that she can't even leave her apartment in New York. She can't even ride the train because people, non-Muslims, will beat her up. They'll just beat her up. And so she has to live in fear her entire life, hiding in her apartment. It's like, dude, Mamdani, your dad is a professor at Columbia University. Your mom is a film producer, and you're about to be mayor of New York City, and you're complaining about how you're all victims in this horrible, oppressive, anti-Muslim country that you're in. It's weird that so many Muslims want to go to New York City when you can't even, you according to Zohran, you can't even walk out the door, and they just have to live in fear all their lives. But so he spends all this time portraying themselves as the victims. We're victims, we're victims, we're victims, we're victims, we're victims. I love the Holy Land Five. Why? Because you're all victims of oppression, so obviously you have to support the freedom fighters and so on. But also, now that you're bringing up your support for those who fund terrorism, no one can object, or they're just like the bullies who beat up your poor aunt. You don't want to be like the bullies who beat up this guy's aunt, do you? All right, then shut up when he's supporting terrorism.
There you go.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Are we learning yet, everyone? Because this is, you can actually just write down the plan, the script, and then just give it to people across the country, across any Western nation, and it'll work. It'll work a lot. It'll work a lot.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. And they're doing it. That's what I was saying earlier. He's not the only one like this. And you got Omar Fateh in Minneapolis. There's going to be many more, and they're just following the same template.
Alhamdulillah, there are 1 million Muslims in this city. 200,000 of us are registered to vote as Democrats. In the last election, only 7% of us voted. Now, I will not blame anyone because often it feels like there isn't much to vote for. But this June 24th, with early voting starting tomorrow, it is an opportunity. An opportunity for us to show that Muslims don't just belong in New York City, we also belong in City Hall. Because yesterday I stood on the debate, and Andrew Cuomo stood next to me. And here was a man who was the governor for a decade, and he could not name a single mosque he had ever visited. He could not name it because he does not care.
Yeah, but I care. That's why I'm here. I'm not here just to get in power. I'm here because I'm the one who cares.
There you go. But it's important to note that he is saying that they haven't been voting, and that it's because they have not had anything much to vote for. And this might seem to be puzzling in light of what we were saying before about how they vote as a bloc and you're going to get 100% of the Muslim vote if they tell them to vote for you. But that's the thing, that they have not actually had an election where there was a Muslim vote in a Muslim candidate and one that they told people to vote for. So most of them didn't vote. Some of them voted, and that was that. But if they all tell them to vote for Mamdani, they all go.
All right, now we have another clip here.
The pressure, no matter the attacks, I will not move on those principles. And I tell you, brothers and sisters of this masjid, that we have an opportunity, starting tomorrow for early voting.
You hear that? You hear that wind noise, ladies and gentlemen? That's a genius recording right next to a fan that's blowing around. Great job, guys. Great job. 101, if you're recording, don't be near the fan. I'll back it up. Anyway, just wanted people to be aware of that before they complain, what's the weird noise? I can't see it, but I guarantee there is a fan right beside this person. Right here.
No matter the attacks, I will not move on those principles. And I tell you, brothers and sisters of this masjid, that we have an opportunity, starting tomorrow for early voting until Election Day on June 24th, an opportunity to show that New Yorkers want that consistency. They want those principles. They want a belief in humanity. And alhamdulillah, in this city we have 1 million Muslims. 200,000 of us are registered as Democrats. But in the last election, only 7% of us voted.
Now, we already heard from his last little speech that right now he's going to say, now, I get it. Sometimes it feels like there's not a lot to vote for. But now we've got a Muslim.
Yep.
Let's see.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
I will not judge anyone in our community because often it feels like there's not much to vote for.
Shocker.
But this year we have an opportunity.
This guy memorized like a 2-minute speech and just runs around mosque to mosque to mosque to mosque to mosque.
Absolutely.
Well,
notice what he was saying before that New Yorkers are hungering for what the Muslims have. That the Muslims have to assume the position of teaching the New Yorkers the proper values. Well, isn't that exactly the supremacist Islamic political idea? That they rule and they teach what's right and wrong. Remember that when the Quran says you were the best of peoples on earth, in chapter 3, verse 110, it says then, enjoining what is right and forbidding what is wrong. The Muslims are the best of people because they tell everybody else what's right and what's wrong. And so he's telling the Muslims, now's our chance to do that in New York City. And the New Yorkers want it.
And I mean, look at this. These guys look like pretty serious Muslims in here, not like liberal Muslims. And yet they've got the most pro-LGBTQ mayor candidate in all of history in their mosque. We should start making fun of all these guys in these mosques for supporting this. Like, I mean, you literally wrote the book on him, Robert, so you know about all his all the stuff he's been supporting and the stuff he's been calling for with legalizing prostitution. Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe these guys would like that. I don't know.
Yeah, they wouldn't have any problem with that.
Yeah. We just gotta marry her for an hour while we're banging her.
Remember Anwar al-Awlaki.
We have an opportunity. And I can tell you, I began this race at 1%, and today I am just 2% away from Andrew Cuomo. 2% away from City Hall. 2% away from making history. And that is why every day a new Republican billionaire puts $1 billion into this race to attack. But I know that I have something they do not have, which is the support of people across this city. So I ask you to tell everyone in your life that this election is here, to tell them what's on the ballot, and to tell them that we as Muslims deserve what every other community deserves, equality and respect. But we know that in this city and in this...
There's like 30 people in there recording this on their phones, and the one that circulates is the one with the guy right beside the fan.
That's why these people need to be in charge.
Yeah, they'll do a bang-up job running the city. All right, here we go.
We are not going to be given those things. We have to win those things.
And then he record himself so we all know the dope are recorded right beside the fan. Why'd you do that, man? You would have been forever anonymous. We would never have known your terrible videography skills. And now I know. When I see you walking down the street, I'm going to be like, you're the dude that recorded by the fan, aren't you, huh? Yeah. All right, here we go.
We're not going to be given those things. We have to win those things.
Everyone see this guy? Hey, look, I got this big giant mosque here. You know, it'd be a great place to record right beside the coolness of this fan. It's the best place to record. Find yourself a nice, cool spot right beside the fan, and that way I'll be cool and everyone else will be hot, but I'll be cool and I'll get this great audio.
Equality and respect. But we know that in this city and in this country, we are not going to be given those things. We have to win those things. And one way we win them is at the ballot box. So I ask you, when you go and vote, remember, it is our opportunity to show that Muslims don't just belong in New York City.
We belong in City Hall.
Belong in City Hall, too. Thank you so much, Sam.
Come on, you forgot you're in the mosque? You forgot you're in the masjid? What's going on? Just one.
Alhamdulillah, the streets will flow with the blood of anyone who does not vote for Brother Mamdani.
But you notice he's going to win equality and respect at the ballot box.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, the funny thing about respect, you know, ordinarily, respect is earned. People do something that other people think is admirable, and so they respect that person. What he's talking about is that they demand the respect. And this is something that we often hear from Muslim spokesmen, that they demand respect when they are behaving in a way that's completely not respectable. Killing people, victimizing innocent people, all the business with women, and then they say, and we demand respect. Well, cut all that out first, and then we'll see.
All right. Ready to hit this next clip?
Yes, sir.
Let's see what we got here.
Make sure that's affordable for all, and as it pertains to Israel and Palestine, that we have to ensure that there's peace, and that is the future that we have to fight for.
But you won't say that Hamas should lay down their arms and give up leadership in Gaza.
I don't really have opinions about the future of Hamas and Israel beyond the question of justice and safety.
You all know he believes in global intifada.
Of course he doesn't.
Well, the thing about it is that he says, I don't have opinions about Hamas and Israel, after he's been giving opinions about Israel, saying that Israel is committing genocide, Israel is doing all these terrible things, he's going to get Netanyahu arrested if he comes into New York, and then he doesn't have any opinions about Hamas. He won't say that Hamas should lay down its arms. It's very clear, the man is pro-Hamas.
Well, to be fair, he did say he loves the Holy Land 5.
Yeah, there you go.
Interesting stuff. Take a couple super chats, and then we'll jump into these last few video clips. Let's see.
Yes, sir.
Best way to respond to anti-Semitic celebrities with a huge following like WWE wrestler Sami Zayn,
Our
who posts
homeboy left.
Israel propaganda
It's
every
raining
day
inside in the
across
game
multiple
again.
platforms. Well,
I'm gonna be right back on, guys.
he's got a big platform and a ton of followers
I
spreading
just
his
had to go say hi to homie. He just
you just have to consider yourself part
just got
of,
done partying and wanted to come say hi.
part of a big community
So I had
that would
to
respond to
stop
it.
real quick, but I'll be
Because, in
back
other words,
in like.
you can't
You
compete
you know what?
with this
I'm not saying
platform,
nothing.
but
I'm
you
not
combine
telling you
with
when
a
I'll
lot
be
of other
back
people
because every time I say
and
that,
get something across.
my
Do you have any
stupid
thoughts on
ass
that,
is
Bro?
gone for like longer than I
I'm
want to
familiar
be.
with this guy, but
So,
there is an
I'm
awful
here.
lot of intellectual
Sounds like a
propaganda
dork.
See, I'm here.
Probably,
I'll
yeah.
just give me a
The thing
moment. I'll
about it is
actually be
the
here.
only thing I've done
Yeah,
all these
that's what I'm
years,
saying.
The only thing I know how to tell anybody to do is just keep telling the truth. And if you see him saying something and it bothers you, then get the truth, make sure that you have it accurate, and do the research and put it out there. And maybe one person will see it, maybe 5, maybe 3 million, but you're putting it out there, that's the best you can do.
D Wood upgrade his Turk.
What's that?
AP's Turkish.
Clearly, this is probably understandable if you guys have been on my channel, you know, or I guess recently been on my channel, not before, but so it probably is
anytime I have anyone
anti-productive to say it here.
Upgraded my Turk.
But in case y'all don't know yet, guys,
Christian Spencer, because
I mean, everybody probably knows, but in case you guys aren't 100% aware, Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior, you know, he died on the cross for our sins. When he was there on that cross, he said, it is finished, or in other words, I think the exact taken from the Greek translation is paid in full. I could be wrong, don't quote me, or the Aramaic. I could be wrong, don't quote me 100%. But I'm pretty sure that's what it says, and I'm pretty sure that's what it means. But basically, paid in full, as in our sins are paid in full from Jesus Christ. Anything that we have done is washed by Jesus' blood, because even though we have sinned, and even one sin that we do, even if it's just, ooh, I took that penny years ago or whatever, yeah, that's still sin or whatever. So, Jesus' blood, Jesus is the one who has never sinned. His blood is able to wash us of all of our sins and unrighteousness. All we have to do is confess with our mouth that he is Lord and believe in our heart that God raised him from the dead, and we will be saved, guys. So, obviously, you know, you want to do more too and stuff, but, like, that's literally the first step. So, if you do that, you will be saved according to the Bible. That's, like, the steps of being a Christian and going down the Christian route. So, guys, if you are trying to figure out, you know, you're trying to figure out this life stuff or whatever, then I just want to say real quick, I would recommend, giving Jesus a chance or whatever, you do a little bit of research into the Bible. It's the most well-preserved, or at least the New Testament is the most well-preserved piece of ancient literature we have today. So yeah, do some research on that. And if you're going to not believe in the Bible, then can you really, if you're going to say, well, the Old Testament isn't real, then can you even say that Rome was real? Like, come on, at that point, how is Rome real? We have less ancient literature about Rome than we do about the New Testament, and you're going to tell me that Rome is real? Like, clearly, I'm not saying it's not real, but, like, with that information being said or whatever, like, you can't say one thing that has more information on the subject matter being an actual factual time in history, is basically less credible than something that has less, information on it being a actual credible time in history. You know what I mean? But anyway, with that being said, if you want to, do all that stuff, want to be a Christian, obviously you can look in the Bible and stuff and figure that out. But if all you gotta do basically is just confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, they died for you on the cross and was rose from the dead 3 days later for your sins. But yeah, I just figured I would point that out because, it's been a while, and I just heard this guy say something like, even if you're only talking to one person, 5 people, or 3 million people, or whatever it was, something like that, then, basically, as long as you're getting it out there, that's all that matters. And, I've done that before, but it's been a little bit since I've actually, quote-unquote, gotten this message out there, if you will, so figured I'd say it again. But with that being said, we're going to actually get back on into this audio that you guys are listening to in the background. I'll be getting into the gaming in, 2 seconds.
Armenian, and they just get enraged and start ranting. Because I'm not a video guy, but there are all these videos out there. Sometimes these Turks get their DNA tests, and they see that they're Greek or...
Wait, okay, yeah. I'm sorry, I said I was going to get back into the video, but... Alright, if you're the type of YouTuber who's known for being all chill or whatever, and never losing your cool or whatever, and you're just somebody who everybody loves to be hanging around with because you're just the guy who doesn't mind anything or some shit like that, and then you go off on rants and stuff on YouTube because somebody made you mad or something, that's one thing. But obviously, or like this guy, I'm not 100% sure what the full context of what he's talking about right now, but he said something about, Turkish people getting a DNA test and being mad that basically I assume that their DNA is not what they thought it was, and going on rants. That's kind of, even though I don't think it's acceptable, it's understandable. But basically, with that being said, though, if you're a YouTuber who, full-on does rants, or if you're just a person in general who just, goes on these random rants or whatever, like me, or I don't know if that makes sense, but I go on these random sporadic fucking, it doesn't even matter who it is, it could be on YouTube, it could be, in real life, it could be about some random thing. If I have a passion for it or whatever, and I find that what's happening in it is not the way I like it, or think that it should be being done, I'm going to critique it, and I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant of why I think it would be better this way or than that way, or that they're doing it, and, I don't know, in my personal opinion, it's acceptable to do that. People can do that. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. But if you're gonna try to come off with one of those people that are like, "Oh, I'm always chill. I never do that. I'm always, whatever. I don't argue with anybody." Also, Happy Days played 24/24. But if you're always like, "Oh, I'm chill. I'm not like that with anybody or whatever." But then you go and you fucking get mad and start, going off on rants on somebody because they called you out or some shit like that. That's one thing. But if you're always going off on rants and shit all the time, I don't know. In my personal opinion, people can't really, I don't know why I'm even mentioning this. I haven't even been up too long. I slept a few hours. My brain's still fucked. But basically, some people will be like, "Oh my gosh, look at this guy. They're ranting. They're angry right now," or something like that. And it's like, no, this is just what I fucking do every single fucking time I go on a rant. What the fuck you talking about? I'm angry. Just because I'm fucking ranting at you doesn't mean I'm angry. It just means I'm fucking ranting. Shut the fuck up, But yeah, I just heard people say that so many times. It's almost like it has to be a coping mechanism, where it's like, basically you are ranting right now, so therefore I made you mad. It's like, no, just because I don't like something doesn't mean that it made me mad. There's a difference between not liking something and actually being mad about it, It's like, you can hate something and not be mad at the thing you hate, you know what I mean? Like, you can hate that there's something that's going down, or not like that, that some rules are put into place, but you don't need to be mad about something like, "Oh, these freaking people that put those rules in place, oh, they just make me so mad." You know what, it's like, no. I don't know, you don't need to be. But anyway, with that being said, I'm going to let this get back on into some audio. I'm going to take a dab, and then we're going to get grinding for you guys. But yeah, days played 24/24, 2,424 days, guys. Heck yeah. Also, if you guys want me to try to slow myself down a little bit, let me know. I don't know. I could definitely attempt to. I've done that in a few of my videos, try to, slow myself down and stuff. personally, I like to talk faster because it helps me get more information out, and helps me just, I don't know. My brain doesn't like to retain information that long. It's a fucking goldfish brain, and I do watch shorts. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes I watch shorts, but I'm not like one of those people who's like fucking doom scrolling shorts for fucking 3-4 hours a day or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I'll maybe watch 30 minutes of shorts max. You know what I mean? And it's like, I guess max an hour, but like on average, 30 minutes max a day. And it's like, I don't think it's, that I'm like actually watching as much as the normal person, but then again, maybe I'm wrong and I'm watching more, who knows. But yeah, my brain is be a goldfish fucking brain sometimes, and my, what I'm trying to say doesn't always whatever, so I talk faster, and one, it helps me, give out more information, usually in a faster time frame, but two, it helps me actually retain that information until I can actually spew it out of my mouth, and then, yeah. But if you guys want me to try to talk a little slower to make it easier to understand, let me know, and I can definitely try to do that too later. But yeah, I'll get back on into this. I'm sorry, guys, for doing it. I'm literally going on a rant about ranting and then fucking slowing down what I'm saying. But yeah, I'll let you guys listen to this. My bad.
For Armenian, and they just get enraged and start ranting and yelling. It's
okay.
It's wildly entertaining.
I think the okay was from before, but okay,
Jeffrey says,
yeah.
when was the reference of Christendom shifted to the West? Well, it's not. It's just when we're talking about the West, then that has a lot to do with it. It seems to have contributed to this disassociation from a proper ideological link. The West just seems incorrect by comparison.
I'm not sure what you're getting at here. I mean, obviously, Christendom and the West are not identical, but they are often identified together because the West has been Christian historically. There are important Christian areas that are not considered part of the West. One of them is Turkey, which, of course, was the heartland of the Roman Empire, which was Christian for 1,000 years. You can see my book, Empire of God, about that. And so it's not an identical one-to-one equation, but people often speak about them together because they have been together all these years.
Yeah, and a lot of the places where you still have large Christian majorities happen to be Western nations, a lot of them. I have a strong feeling it's not going to be real socialism this time either.
Do you think? Surely it'll work this time.
Robert, are you as busy as the Al-Zut on that night?
No, not quite.
It's a reference to you talking earlier about how busy you were. Clandis Ovens now has a Cuban-American copycat. Nadia for real. Oh, boy, that's what we definitely need. We need more Candace clones.
She's got a lot of explaining to do.
Mamdani Asian female vote. Asian men don't like him. Oh, okay, so it's the Asian female vote who are voting for him. And the Asian men don't like him. That's interesting.
It's Western leftists, basically. Leftists who have never actually lived in a socialist state. They are the ones who like him.
Robert, do you think you can do a post on Jihad Watch about the Toledo chapter of American Muslims for Palestine? They have recruited a lot of non-Arabs and non-Muslims, including some RNs who work in a hospital, registered nurses who work in a hospital.
Well, sure. If you send me some information or let me know where to find it, you can reach me at director@jihadwatch.org. Be glad to take a look. I'll write about it if I can. This is not really anything new, though. There was a Jewish guy who was the head of the Council on American Islamic Relations chapter in Philadelphia, Jacob Bender, for a number of years.
Yeah, then I ended up forgetting my water.
There have been others who has especially tried to cultivate not only converts to Islam, but non-Muslims to work for them, to give them the air of really being the civil rights organization they claim to be. And when you got the Palestine issue, you got a lot of leftists eager to sign on. And so that leads to this kind of thing. Although you'd think they would join some group other than American Muslims for Palestine unless they're converts. On the other hand, they join CARE, so there we are.
Yep. Would this look like a European progressive party?
Would what look like it?
Yeah, what do you mean, Isa? Would this look like...
Mamdani's New York? It would probably be something like a European, what's happening in Europe today. Look at London. I think London is a good analogy. Probably you want to see the future of New York, look at London. London is now, if I recall correctly, something like 36% native British and migrants of various kinds taking up the rest of the population, including, of course, a very significant population of Muslims. You have the police pandering to the Muslims so that we had, like we discussed earlier, the guy with the Star of David being arrested, many other incidents of that kind. And so that's probably the future of New York.
Mr. Spencer, been far too long. What's your take on the deal of the century brokered by President Trump a week ago? Sadly, 2 IDF soldiers have been killed. IDF retaliated. Will this hold? Do you trust OIC nations?
It's a terrible deal, disastrous deal, maybe the worst ever. How bad is the deal? It's just as bad as you can possibly imagine. It's one that allows Hamas to survive, and all Hamas had to do to win was survive. Because the jihad never ends, my friends. That's why there was always material for This Week in Jihad, and always will be. The jihad never ends. Hamas might have ended, however, and if Hamas had ended, the jihad might have been set back for years, maybe even decades in that area. And instead, this deal gave Hamas a new lease on life, allowed it to survive. There's going to be more people killed, innocent people killed as a result of this. It's already not holding. The question is whether Trump will allow the Israelis to retaliate and to actually end Hamas like they have said they wanted to do. And of course, the OIC nation should not be trusted. That's basic. But the thing is the thing.
Damn, I just got hit in the chest almost as hard as Muhammad gets hit in the ass by the Al-Zut.
The Palestinian delusion, many others. You gotta admit war is deceit, and you've got to you only can using and need time to gather strength to fight against.
Damn it, it's night.
You should not trust such a group. Now that's Islam. Even though the Palestinian leaders always speak about conflict in terms of Islam, you read every communique from Hamas, every communique from Iran, every communique from the Palestinian Authority. They're all Islam. And yet, what is the one thing that the West never takes into account when considering this issue? Islam. Trump never talks about it. The State Department never talks about it. The left never talks about it, of course, except to praise it.
Muhammad was friends with the
Al-Zut.
Al-Zut.
One thing that the other people are telling us the conflict is all about.
Is that what it is?
And so you want to know whether we can trust the OIC?
I don't know
Look
why
at the Treaty of Hudaybiyah in Islamic
I read the moment funny to my brain.
What it means
they probably won't be in a few minutes, but they are now.
And yet nobody in the State Department is doing
an hour or so. But dang it, I forgot my water now because I'm an idiot. I forgot it in here, I forgot it out there.
Why so much anti-Semitism on the right disturbing?
Over there,
I think basically you always have
no,
anti-Semites in various places, but lots of the times they don't feel free to express what they really think. And then all of a sudden there's a war, and now we can say what we want, and...
But there have been high-profile people who've switched. You can go back a few years and you see Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens talking about how important the alliance with Israel is, and now they're attacking Israel left and right. So what happened? Did they get blackmailed? Did they get paid? Did they get threatened? I don't know, but something happened.
Well, with both of those, see, I'm high functioning with a mental problem, right? I'm high functioning with a mental problem, and so. If you understand, you have weird thoughts in your head, you understand, hey, the people around me here, it would not go well if I put my thoughts out there on the stage and so on. So anyway, you could take someone like Candace or Tucker and have them, as long as they're under the control of some organization that's paying them for all these years, they can toe the party line. It's always possible that they really believed what they were saying and then flipped. But it's also possible that... They always had
they were saying, and now they're saying what they were doing.
Then once they eventually lose their job, then they kind of go off on their own. Or as they get more popular, they feel more free to say what they really think, and then they lose their jobs and so on. And then they go off their own, and now there's nothing. Now there's nothing holding them. And you actually have an environment where you get rewarded. So you just blurt out,
wait till I get all
Robert
high.
and Candace is like, I had
I
a dream
think I
telling
smell
me
the
that
shit
this
of
is
elephant.
powerful.
Wait, I think I
And,
smell the scent of elephant. I fucking hate myself. I need to hear the song, or at least see the lyrics and get myself on track.
Crazy out. It just encourages you to keep letting
the venom.
There's nothing holding you back.
With the ballpoint pen.
Yeah, I remember reading one time that Elvis got the idea once that he could stop the clouds and then make them move. And so he would be driving along with his cronies, and he would stop the car and make them get out and watch the clouds. And then they would, after a while, if they wanted to get moving again, they would have to say, yeah, Elvis, we saw you move it. And the thing is that this is a guy who from a very early age, everybody was telling him he was great and that everything he did was superlative and outstanding. It can mess with your mind. And maybe that's what's going on with them as well.
Reaction to the Charlie Kirk tragedy.
what can I say?
Joke's
really?
on
We're
them.
all on
I've
the thread.
never been validated by people in my life. I'm the opposite. And I still think I'm better.
Stage the next day thinking,
Yeah, I'm
well,
sorry.
maybe
I had to
we'll be
do the
shooters
joke.
here. This is
I had
something,
to
of
for
course,
the
that we all have to
jokes.
deal with.
The jokes.
But I apologize. I don't mean to make it all about me. It's just my, what I was
Narcissistic piece of... No,
when it
okay.
happened was, here I am out speaking at a time when maybe I'd prefer not to. But in any case, the thing about it is that the left loves violence. They've been calling
Okay.
for violence all this time.
I need to get more beacons.
It's only a tool in their box. It's not a bug, it's a feature, in other words. They talk about debate and about a political system where there's mutual opposition and so on, but they really don't believe in it. They want to stamp out dissent.
What? No, that's not what the party of the left has become, or has been, but has actually revealed, I should say, over the years. But no, that's not the left.
Criticize Muhammad and they'll kill you, etc., etc., etc. So it's just the way that the opposition works. The left and the Muslims. You get out of line, they kill you. Charlie was a good guy. I grieve for him and his family and his poor little kids. It's a terrible tragedy. At the same time, it should make us all the more resolved to go out there, no matter how dangerous it is, and stand against this. Remember the scripture, resist the devil and he will flee from you.
Stand against it like Muhammad stood against the Al-Zut.
If we kowtow and become cowards and say, yes, okay, we don't want to get killed, we don't want to get shot.
I welcome death.
Do what you want, well then we'll be enslaved. And
I really do not care. Kill me.
Here's Mises again.
Give me a reason, an excuse to get off this fucking miserable earth.
Alexander Solzhenitsyn? I don't know who that is.
Not suicidal, of course. But if somebody kills me, that's a win-win.
Let me break this down for you, Mises.
I prove I was right so much that you had to kill me, and I get to get out of this world. It is a win-win. I'm happier than fuck at that.
No problem. If you look at the whole situation, Russia and communism and everything that happened before, you go, you see.
And don't get me wrong, if I see somebody sending a death threat or something, though, you know, I find it funny, but... And I'll still be like, wow, look at these leftoids calling for violence, as per usual. But, you know, but with that being said, I wouldn't care if I actually died. And I shouldn't say I shouldn't care. I should say I'm not afraid of it.
So, get a freaking life, you loser.
I suppose people in my life may be a little whatever, but in my personal opinion, it's not. It's one, life is not worth living in general. Like we're on this fucking meaningless ball that goes around the fucking sun. What's the point of it? You live 40, 50, 60, 70 years working a job, or I guess first being in a school system telling you how to live your life. Then you get put into a job system that you're working until you can finally retire, and then spend your retirement basically doing nothing but golfing and fucking sitting at home, golfing if you're lucky, sitting at home doing fucking nothing before you get put into a nursing home and die, and you think you have freedom. It's like, what? I don't know. Life is not fucking that amazing or as amazing as people think or try to make it out to be. Life is overrated in my opinion. Call me crazy. Maybe I'm maybe I'm an unpopular opinionist, but life is overrated. I'm not saying that I would go and kill myself, of course. Never would. Not suicidal. But if somebody after me, I wouldn't bat an eye. I wouldn't care. I would know that I would not care. Does that make sense? I'm sorry if I'm going too dark on this. But yeah, I'm gonna get back to working.
Not in a zoot sense.
Zoot.
And you've got the also Christoph Luxemburg, who is a researcher who has done very interesting work about the text of the Quran. Because we have to remember the earliest manuscripts of the Quran do not have the diacritical marks that help you distinguish one letter of Arabic from another.
Nope.
A lot of the letters are exactly the same except for those marks. And so
basically, it's like the vowels in the Arabic, or yeah, there's no vowels in the Arabic. The vowels don't exist either.
and they make sense as a Christian lectionary.
Or they do exist in Arabic now, but in the old Arabic of the Quran, or in the old Arabic of the Quran, they don't exist.
Are taken out of context and arranged for liturgical use, which would
But now in the new era Quran, they do.
from subject to subject without
It definitely wasn't an altered Quran, that's for sure. I know that. The Quran could never be altered.
It's very, very.
It has to be that darn Bible
About more in my book, Did Muhammad
being all
Exist?
corrupted
As well
and
as
such.
Muhammad, a critical biography, which goes more deeply
Even though we
into all
can't
that.
find any
But
evidence of that,
summarizing
it's that darn Bible.
Recently, while interviewing AP, Peter Boghossian stated that Islam's takeover of the UK is inevitable, so it would now be wise to negotiate terms of surrender. I found this quite disturbing reaction. Why do you want us to react? We think that's stupid. Muslims are 6.5%.
Surrender!
6.5% of the UK population. Yeah, if they just continue being cowards for the next several decades, then...
I don't know why I'm making noise to everything that's being said, or I'm just acting like an idiot right now. It's probably my brain trying to shut down in my fucking head again. Like, bitch, you woke up because you're an idiot. Go back to bed, Maybe you're doing what the old humans did back in the day. You sleep for 4 hours, wake up for 2, go back to sleep for 4. But guess what? It's time to go back to sleep. Go fucking back to sleep. But no, I'm not doing that. Fuck you, brain. We're working. We're grinding. I'm out here grinding always. Working. I'm always grinding. I give it my best bitch till my brain is liquid. I guess they ain't lying. There's no rest for the fucking wicked. But no.
Especially the illegals. Third,
I'm not a loose cannon. I drop bombs that are quickly ticking. The best part is these pussies cry when I'm just fucking kidding.
are pro-jihad.
The only thing you could ever do is suicide. Just commit. But then again, the devil don't want you, so heaven and hell forbid. I pre-cook these nades in my head. My duty to shit on these dick hater addicted bitch made punks. I never quit.
Obey those laws, okay. Then you don't want to obey those laws, you pay the penalties. Stop coddling the Muslim criminals. Stop giving them light sentences. Stop punishing the native population for resisting. All these things go
Stop resisting.
back to health. But they don't want to do them. That's why they're in trouble. You don't need to negotiate terms of surrender unless you want to. A lot of people want to.
Yeah.
I have scared off everybody with my rambling now.
Islam is pathetic.
And then I feel like nobody was here before. But I've scared everyone off with my ramblings. This is what happens when you ramble.
So guess what? Get some leaders with some balls, and really, just the general population, even apart from
Really, it's what happens when you go AFK. But this is what happens when you ramble.
If the population of Great Britain learned some basic information about Muhammad and learned the Islamic dilemma, Muslims aren't going to want to raise their kids around you if they're hearing all about Muhammad the entire time.
Yeah, see, there's all this dawah going on, and nothing is being done on the other side, aside from David and a few of the other YouTubers. But there's no effort in the churches in Britain or in any other organization to fight back against the dawah, to counter the dawah, much less to try to convert Muslims to Christianity or anything else for that matter. And so,
Hey, I'm trying to counteract the dawah.
What if
And I've
every kid on the
tried
street
to convert some Muslims to
knew the Islamic
Christianity.
dilemma, or knew something else?
Obviously
that
not
would make
by
them make
my work, but God's. But
Muslims on the
I don't know if
defense.
God's really working on them. I hope He is, but darn, these people.
But nobody's doing
They
it.
seem so fucking
Rick said, City Hall is
hard-hearted.
code word
It's
for
like,
Momo. We
motherfucker.
belong
They would
in-
look at the
so,
information at the same
he
level of
says we belong in
skepticism
City
as you look at
Hall.
the Bible.
It's a reference. Yet more examples of what we say without all is code word for Momo. We belong in.
That's it. That would change the whole ballgame. But nobody's doing it.
Rick said, City Hall is code word for Momo. We belong in. So when he says we belong in City Hall, it's a Zoot reference.
We
to
belong
being
in
Yet
Momo, huh?
more examples of why we say without lies, Islam dies.
Yeah.
David and Robert, your humble opinion.
Also,
week
as of
ago,
yesterday's,
Pentagon
or
just
yesterday's,
signed Qatari
yeah,
Air Force
as of
Base
yesterday,
in Idaho.
my ear started randomly ringing, and I don't know why. It was the right ear, and then it was the left ear, and then I went to sleep for like 2.5. Oh, did I say 2.5? That was the night before. For what was it 3.5 to 4.5 hours? I don't know. I'll have to check. But I went to sleep for a little bit, and on accident, my bad. But yeah, and then I woke up now. Now my left ear's ringing again. Maybe I have a tumor growing. Hey, leftist, if that's what's happening, I'll try to post a thingy so that way y'all know to celebrate when I die. Hey.
See, it's stupid.
Without lies, Islam dies.
Yeah.
David and Robert, your humble opinion. Week ago, Pentagon just signed Qatari Air Force Base in Idaho.
See, it's stupid. They don't know any. Trump 9 years ago said Qatar was a chief sponsor of terrorism. Apparently, he forgot. What's going on? Why does he think they've given it all up? This is incredibly short-sighted, and it's based on willful ignorance regarding what Qatar is all about.
And
Okay, did you... First thing, I'm going to rewind that real quick just so, yeah. But second thing, look at this bundle, guys. Ready? Watch this retardation. I have my controller, right? I hover over the bundle. What do you notice, guys? Do you notice when I have it in this this version or the classic Bedrock edition of Minecraft, and when I have it on a controller, that the items that are displayed when I am, you know, hovering over the bundle are off to the side, the right side? That would make almost perfect sense to just to click on with your finger and be able to pull something out of the bundle without it, quote-unquote, accidentally, because I don't know if I feel like it's on purpose, but sure, accidentally clicking the item underneath it and then making you pick up that item and or putting it into your bundle and filling it up and then having to make, or forcing you to take it out and then just wasting more time, right? Like, instead of having it do that in the middle of your freaking screen, it's off to the side. That's so smart. I wonder what's going to happen now if I switch it from the controller perspective now back to mobile, and I click on my bundle. Is it going to be off to the side like that or whatever? Or is it, oh, it's hovering in the middle of my fucking screen, so not only is it harder to reach if you're on something like a tablet or whatever, because you got to go right to the middle of the fucking screen, but also, if you click on something, like for instance, the seeds, right? If you see where my seeds are in the bundle, if I clicked on those, right underneath it, there's flint. Sometimes it will double click and put it in the bundle. Sometimes it will I don't think it double clicks, but yes, sometimes it'll double click, quote unquote, put it in the bundle. Other times maybe it's double clicking all the time. Other times it just freaking, when you do or click on something, it's like, oh, you clicked on it, bloop, we're gonna spit it out now. And it's like, what, bro? Don't do that. Why? Oh yeah, I gotta put some stuff away, but I should be able to pick this up. No, I'm too full. Almost as full as Muhammad with the Al-Zut. Alright, but I'll get this back on.
Years ago said Qatar was a chief sponsor of terrorism. Apparently he forgot. What's going on? Why does he think they've given it all up? This is incredibly short-sighted, and it's based on willful ignorance regarding what Qatar is all about.
And I'm guessing that's part of some deal. Hey, you got to support my deal here, and then I'll support you like this. And okay, we'll go with that. All right, last one here. Limerick. There once was a man called Mamdani who loves the five that gave Hamas money, pretends to love LGBT.
There once was a man who.
Tomorrow they'll see.
You gotta do it in that tone, buddy.
All right, last one here. Limerick. There once was a man called Mamdani.
There once was a man named Mamdani.
Pretends to love LGBT. I guess tomorrow they'll see that electing Mamdani was not all that funny. All right, have a little work on your meter. You got to change a couple words. But overall, very, very, very solid limerick there.
B+.
Yep. All right, and you heard that from the greatest poet of our generation, poet laureate.
Yeah,
of all Western civilization. All right, we ready to check out these last few clips here?
Okay, I think they might just reinforce stuff we've already done, but we'll see.
We can always reinforce stuff. And guys, reminder, Robert has a book on Zohran Mamdani. So if you are at all interested, I understand some people might be on the other side of the world and aren't really concerned with what happens in New York, but a lot of people are concerned with what happens in New York. So you got the book there, but the link to get the book is in the description box. The link to the book is in the description box. It's right there.
Almost like some people were in Muhammad. Those people will be in the Al-Zut.
Richest city in the world. Here we go.
I am someone who I would say am less comfortable with the idea of banning the use of certain words, and that I think it is more evocative of a Trump-style approach to how
First of all, projecting, but
lead a country.
I'm glad that you're at least.
I'm not in favor of banning words, so
yeah, I was gonna say, glad we're on the same page with the no censorship.
See, this is the thing he was saying about globalize the intifada, and nobody was saying ban the phrase or arrest people who say it. They were saying this is a call to kill innocent Jews everywhere in the world. And so
yeah, I feel like people can try to use some words and be like, "Oh, look, you said this, so therefore you're calling for violence." Don't get me wrong.
Well, Trump's
and yeah, I think that's autistic. It's like, no, I'm not calling for violence.
So in the first place, he's
but with
Trump
that being said,
and in the second place,
yeah, but with that being said, yeah, I don't know, like when you're actually over there, you know, calling for the death of actual people, being like, you know, what, you know, kill this motherfucker, you know, right now, grab your gun and blow their brains out or some shit like that. That's like, or like, you know, pull them on the street and you know, make an example out of them yourself or something like that. You know, it's like, no, you're literally telling people to kill that person, you know, and because you want them dead. Like, I don't know, at that point it's like, nah. But like, I don't know, you can say stuff or whatever, and yeah, like calling people Nazi and shit, right? People might be like, oh, you're hate speeching because you're dog whistling. If you look at it, everybody hates a Nazi, so therefore if you call them a Nazi, you want them dead, and you're inciting violence against them and telling people to kill them. It's like, no, I don't know how you get that. I mean, sure, I guess maybe for some people, if they're actually, you know, killing people, then it's like, okay, well, you know, if you call a person a Nazi and because they're actually killing people and following things of Nazi, then sure, you know, maybe you want that person to not be around anymore, even though it's not legal. Maybe you want that or whatever, you know. But like, if the person's not actually a murderer, you know, then I don't know, or fuck, I don't even know where it's going. I've been up too long now. Damn it, my train of thought. But basically, oh, Nicola, good morning. Basically, fucking. Oh my gosh, yeah, this is why I need to sleep, guys. I should go back and just watching my own stream to get my train of thought back on progress, but, hold up, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna unpause.
Kill innocent Jews everywhere in the world. And so do you endorse that? And he says, I don't want to ban anything. I'm in favor of the freedom of speech. That's like Trump. Well,
freedom of speech.
Innocent Jews everywhere in the world.
Yeah, so like, so yeah, Nazi stuff. Yeah, so like, you know, somebody once called you a Nazi or whatever. I don't think they're saying kill. You know, they want you dead or whatever. At least personally. But unless the party party that's you know, calling you a Nazi or whatever is literally killing you as well. That's what I was gonna say. Then yeah, then it's like, okay, well, if they're calling you a Nazi and then killing those people, and be like, yeah, we killed that Nazi. Then it's like, okay, maybe those people want you dead, you know, or want your side dead. But, yeah, if you're just like, wow, look at these Nazis or whatever, it's like, yeah, they're either A, acting like the Nazis did, or B, which is usually my more favorite one to use personally, it's, if you look at the actual sound of Nazis, it's not C. So, you know, like, they censor stuff, they don't let you see it, they do not let you see it. So, yeah, it's like, yeah, that's why I like to say, it's like, yeah, look at these Nazis, they don't let you see it. So you cannot see it, and it's like, yeah. But, again, I guess some people are using it as, like, an actual, oh, they were Nazis, so kill them. But, yeah, personally, I feel like the majority of people aren't. You know what I mean? So you can't take what the minority of people are doing, unless maybe I'm wrong and I'm under a fucking rock. But I was going to say, you can't take what the minority of people are saying and then fucking be like, look, this is inciting violence for everybody in the world. It's like, oh, no, because the majority aren't being called to violence when they hear those words said, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know, maybe that's just me, but
the world globalize the intifada, and nobody was saying ban the phrase or arrest people who say it. They were saying this is a call to kill innocent Jews everywhere in the world. And so do you endorse that? And he says, oh, I don't want to ban anything, I'm in favor of the freedom of speech. That's like Trump. Well, Trump's not in favor of restricting the freedom of speech
obviously,
either. So, in the first place, he's demonizing Trump.
Ooh, that's burned. I was going to say, obviously, for me, I stand with Israel, but yeah. People might be like, oh my gosh, you support the genocide? No, if you say you stand with Palestine, you don't support Palestine or Palestinians, you support Hamas. You support a terrorist organization. The Palestinians are being murdered and killed by Hamas, as we've fucking heard. So, yeah. Yeah, all those people that are like, oh my gosh, you support genocide? No, you support terrorism by that logic, but yeah. Anyway, with that being said, Got some nicotine to kill myself with. Actually, low-key, I hate nicotine. I love it because I'm addicted, but I hate nicotine. Worst drug in the world. Never do it, guys. Never in your life. If you have to start smoking something, which obviously you don't need to, but if you have to for some reason, you know, you're like, I want to be cool or something, I recommend doing the CBD illegal Delta 8 stuff, you know. Maybe the THC stuff if you're 21. Obviously, there are stuff 22, but for the sole fact that, to my knowledge, it's had more research and stuff. So even though it's more harsh or more stronger or whatever, it's had more time to be researched and know that it's safer than the other stuff, if that makes sense. At least to my knowledge, it has. But yeah, basically, don't smoke. Don't start smoking ever. I shouldn't have started smoking when I was younger. Not a good thing to do, but oh well.
Killing. And in the second place, he's completely strawmanning the issue, which is not about banning any phrase at all, but about whether he condemns killing innocent Jews.
Pretty smart. So, guys, the last Intifada, I think between 100 and 200 suicide bombings and so on. I think around 1,000 Israelis died and about 3,000 Palestinians. And that was the last Intifada. And what do you have? You have people calling to globalize this, just attacking Jews by any means possible. And then Zohran asked, hey, do you have a problem with globalizing the Intifada? And, well, I'm not in favor of banning words. So you're saying that's what he's responding to here. I'm going to back up just so everyone knows what he's responding to here. So here he's being asked about...
Yeah, see, I'm talking about the phrase Nazi, not that.
And here's his response.
I am someone who I would say am less comfortable with the idea of banning the use of certain words, and that I think it is more evocative of a Trump-style approach to...
That's brilliant. I'm not in favor of banning words. That's Trump, everyone. Oh, that's Trump. We don't want to be like Trump. Yeah, globalize the Intifada. Globalize the Intifada. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Evil, but brilliant.
You know,
I lead a country, and I think especially when we've seen...
Sure, like this, I just
thought of that, because, like, low-key, who's been censoring shit? Hasn't been Trump. I mean, don't get me wrong, Trump's been enforcing a law for people that incite violence or whatever, to my knowledge, but he hasn't been censoring what people can say. That was the Biden administration. And yet, these guys are over here saying that Trump censors stuff. We don't want to be like Trump. So, like, low-key, I just realized that if you want to get a leftist to get on board with whatever you're saying... You just gotta pretend that you're a leftoid and be like, bro, look at this. Like, you don't want to be like Trump and do this, even if the left side is the side that did it. You just gotta say, you don't want to be like Trump and do this. This is why we gotta go do it this other way. And they'll be like, oh my gosh, you're right. I hate Trump so much that I'm not even gonna use logic and be like, wait a minute, that wasn't Trump who did that. That was us. I'm just gonna be like, yeah, Trump, Orange Man, bad. I don't like Trump, so you're right. We should not, whatever. You know, like, I don't know. It's so stupid. It's like. It's like they're seething because they've been told to seethe. The mainstream media told them, cry, sheep, and they said, yes. It's like, bro, shut the fuck up.
Does that just make you uncomfortable? Like the phrase globalized intifada from the river to the sea? Does that make you uncomfortable, or do you think...
Okay, those are different. Those are super different.
They're not
those
really.
Like different genres.
I'm sorry, I'm asking Zoran. Then they're not really different to me. And to some people, they're not different.
Yeah, they're not different. From the river to the sea is calling for the mass destruction or genocide of all Israel.
Some people are not different.
You know, I know people for whom those things mean very different things. And to me, ultimately, what I hear in so many is a desperate desire for equality and equal rights in...
So he was asked about globalize the Intifada, which is a call for, it's hey, what these guys were doing to attack Jews in Israel, that needs to be globalized. Do that everywhere. And we've seen some people actually put that into practice. And then the other was from the river to the sea, which the river, for all you Mamdani fans who don't know basic geography, the river is the Jordan River, and the sea is the Mediterranean. And the call from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, means you're wiping out Israel. You're wiping out Israel and giving it to Muslims. And he just said, I hear a cry for equality. But I mean, seriously, just you can at this point you can just make up anything that's appealing to his leftist audience. You can say, when I
See, that's what I just said.
the Intifada, I hear a call for LGBTQ rights. When I hear from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, all I hear is Caesar's production to get our communist utopia. It's like you just make up any... We know what those slogans are about, you giant jackass. My goodness, man.
In standing up for Palestinian human rights. And I think what's difficult also is that the very word has been used by the Holocaust Museum when translating the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising into Arabic, because it's a word that means struggle.
Sure.
And as a
you hear that?
Muslim man,
you notice how slick that is?
Yep.
That he says, oh, Intifada's not so bad, because the Holocaust Museum used it when it was talking about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Well, okay, maybe that's true, but it doesn't mean that
139, 141.
Intifada are talking about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. They're talking about killing Jews today, and he's just completely obfuscating the issue.
Let me see. I just looked it up. I'm not sure about this because I just did a search right now. It says, so I said, did a Holocaust museum use the word Intifada? No, a Holocaust museum did not use Intifada as a term in reference to the Holocaust. Intifada refers to the Palestinian uprisings against Israel, while the Holocaust was a systematic state-sponsored persecution and murder of 6 million Jews by the Nazi regime and its collaborators. These are two distinct let's see. Hang on, let me find out where. I don't think that's right. There must be something he's pointing to.
Maybe he might be making it up.
Let me see right here. So there is an article about it. Zohran Mamdani, a Democrat, this is from NBC News. Zohran Mamdani, a Democrat running for mayor of New York, drew pushback from Jewish organizations and political leaders. This was weird because Jews are the ones putting him into power, as you can see from the picture of him.
Look at this, the Jews. It's the Jews.
Drew pushback from Jewish organizations and political leaders this week after
I'm sorry, I gotta make all
the
these
slogan,
Jew jokes and stuff in the because they're funny at the moment.
Tuesday, Mamdani was asked whether the expression made him uncomfortable. Okay, so that is apparently this one. In response, he said that the slogan captured a desperate desire for equality and equal rights and standing up for Palestinian human rights. Okay, so that's this interview. He said the U.S. Holocaust Museum had used the word Intifada in Arabic language descriptions of the 1943 Warsaw Ghetto Uprising against Nazi Germany. Mamdani, a progressive New York state assemblyman who has forcefully criticized the Israeli government, also addressed the rise in anti-Semitism since the October 7th, 2023 terrorist attack in war in Gaza, saying that anti-Jewish pressures...
239.
He says this when he's asked, Larry, what's the criticism? Okay, the Washington-based U.S. Holocaust Museum sharply condemned Mamdani's remarks Wednesday on X.
Are these not aligned?
They said exploiting the museum and the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising to sanitize.
They're not a fucking line. I'm gonna kill myself.
Intifada is outrageous and especially offensive to survivors. Since 1987, Jews have been attacked and murdered under its banner. All leaders must condemn its use and the abuse of history.
There you go.
Jonathan Greenblatt, chief executive of the Anti-Defamation League, decried the phrase on X as an explicit incitement to violence.
So it says there's nobody watching the stream right now, but I just randomly got 1 like and 0 people watching. So yeah, that's funny, but I just noticed that. Rewind to 10, 20 seconds if you want to check it out, but... Good morning, Nicola. How you doing?
I need some more beacon power. So I need to go get some more beacons. You know why I need more beacons? Because I need the beacons. My controller's not connecting because it's a retardation. Retardation? Yeah, I connected. Alright, I do need to go get more beacons, but I'm gonna go drop off my load no homo over here because I have this shulker that has a few blocks of iron in it, if you can't tell. Or I should say a few stacks of iron, but yeah, definitely at least a few blocks, at least 12 blocks in there. I think I already responded to this one, but good morning, Nicola. I'm looking for my long lost water real quick, guys. Hold up, be right back.
Alright, I'm back.
Phrase, then he is unfit. If Mr. Mamdani is unwilling to heed the request of major Jewish organizations to condemn this unquestionably anti-Semitic phrase, then he is unfit to lead a city with 1.3 million Jews, the largest Jewish population outside of Israel. So, can you imagine that, Robert? They're like, hey, there are people going around saying globalize the Intifada. They know what they're talking about. They know what they mean. What do you think about that? Do you have any problem with that? Well, Jews, they're okay with the Intifada. They're okay with the Intifada. They love the Intifada. They talk about the Intifada. So why would they complain about the Intifada? Jews love the Intifada. The heck is wrong with this guy?
That's the idea. That's what he's saying.
And seriously, it's like, oh, well, technically the word can mean, we know what the people using the word mean by the word.
Exactly.
Who grew up post 9/11, I'm all too familiar in the way in which Arabic words can be twisted, can be distorted, can be used to justify any kind of meaning. Yep. And I think that's where it leaves me with a sense that what we need to do is focus on keeping Jewish New Yorkers safe, and the question of the permissibility of language is something that I haven't.
If you're talking about protecting Jewish New Yorkers, which is very important to you while you're running, because you do have some Jewish voters. If you actually want to keep them safe, you should probably have a problem with globalizing the Intifada. Even if we're not talking about banning words. I'm not talking about banning words.
Nobody's talking about banning words.
Literally no one is talking about banning the word Intifada. We're saying...
It's a total straw man when he says that.
Yeah, we're saying, do you have a problem with when people are chanting globalize the Intifada? Do you have a problem with that? Well, the Holocaust, saying Jews love that. All right, you're a lying, evil scumbag. Ready for the next one, Robert?
What's that now? Yeah, let's go.
Two more clips. Let's see what we have here.
There's still, this illusion, and it's partially a result of settler colonialism, that all of us can become New Yorkers, that all of us can settle into the city. And yet there would be these moments where I would be reminded by someone whose intent was to tell me that you do not belong. And
someone telling him, yeah,
he's a poor Muslim victim. That's when he talks most about Islam, when he talks about how bad New York is to Muslims.
So just to be clear, Robert, this is a family of immigrants. One is a professor at Columbia University. The other parent is an award-winning film producer.
Yeah, and people should know. She directed, but in any case, she was deeply involved in Mississippi Masala with Denzel Washington, big hit movie, The Reluctant Fundamentalist, several other hit movies, and this is a multimillionaire we're talking about, a world-renowned filmmaker. And her husband, Mahmoud Mamdani, is a communist writer, an avowed Marxist, who has written some very influential books, including Good Muslim, Bad Muslim. To remember,
I'm going to do something real quick, guys. I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. You guys don't even understand my level of brain right now. Big brain, but small brain, because... one, I didn't think of it beforehand, and two, instead of searching chunk base, I searched brain when I was talking about big brain. So, obviously small brain for me right now. Very smooth small brain, but big brain thought can happen on smooth small brain sometimes. Oh, I just came in my pants. You don't understand how fucking smart this is. And it's 4 a.m. in the morning. Make another Minecraft account on my phone because I have 124 and I don't care if I have another one because I have storage. And I was right on the money. I thought it was 124 worlds. It is 124 worlds. Damn, I'm fucking intelligent. Oh, I'm so fucking smart. I'm gonna be a narcissist intelligent. I'm so fucking smart. I'm not gonna have the self-awareness to realize I'm a narcissist. Alright. Creating a world. And guys, if you want this seed, I should just make a video showing this seed one day instead of putting it in live stream or whatever.
But if you want this seed is... The seed is -9973888736792379118. Again, negative or minus 997388872379118. You guys, also, as I said a few months ago, I know nobody's probably going to see this, but you know what? I'm just going to talk about anything I want, because if you don't talk about it, they can say, if in the future you're like, hey, I stood for that, they'd be like, no, you didn't. Wait, where was it? So, you know what? Fuck it. Right now, guys, if you're going to watch ads on people's videos and stuff, do it on Rumble, please. Do it on Kick. Do it on anything other than Twitch. I'll do it on Twitter even. Do it anywhere other than Twitch or YouTube, guys. If you're going to use Twitch, use an ad blocker, please. If you're going to use YouTube, use an ad blocker, please. I mean, unless, I don't know, for me personally, I know a lot of people are like, what? But for me personally, there's some content creators where it's like, yeah, I want to support this guy, they have some ads or whatever, I'll watch their stuff, so I still watch them on YouTube and stuff. But with that being said, there's other content creators that I support, 100% support, what they're saying and stuff, but they add so many ads, bro. It's like every 3 to 4 minutes you're getting an ad, and it's like, no, this is not what I came here for, bro. So, yeah, those people I do watch ads or ad blockers on, it's like, I'm sorry, but no, you have done this to yourself. If you would have been somebody who had, an ad every 8 to 15 minutes, sure, I could deal with it. But you're having one every 3 to 4 minutes. I'm not gonna. No, at least not me personally. Okay, I need to do an experiment later on. I need to grab another tablet. I'm a fucking retard. My game loaded in on my phone. I started moving the controller around. I need to grab another tablet, and I need to quick share my beta Minecraft app with that tablet. So hopefully, I don't know if it will work, or if it will try to force me to buy it, or I do have the Gmail, so hopefully it will just work or whatever. But I'm assuming, since I'm just quick sharing, what's going to happen is it's just going to give me the Minecraft give me the Minecraft version I'm in, and let me play on that version on the tablet, if that makes sense. The only reason I want to do that, or want to test that theory, is because if it does work, I'm not sure if this is whatever, but Mojang, this is on you. Your guys' fault, not mine. But I might need to pirate a second version of Minecraft. And before Minecraft goes all tweaker mode, I've bought in Minecraft twice, actually 3-4 times. Once on the PlayStation 5, once on the PlayStation 4. I know they say it can be carried over, but it didn't carry over for me for some reason. once on mobile that I'm in the beta in, and then once again on mobile that I'm not in the beta in. So about Minecraft 4 times. I feel like if I want, I can pirate one version. So anyway, though, what my experiment would, I haven't done this yet, but my experiment would be basically pirate a Minecraft thing, so that way I can have 2 versions of Minecraft on my one device. One of those things would be an old version, like, for instance, or it would be the version that my phone's in. It's in an old beta right now where I can use, what are they called? Sea Pickles. I can use Sea Pickles to break Bedrock. So I have not updated because I want to use Sea Pickles to break Bedrock, obviously, and then make a area on my Nether roof. You know, I want to get up on the Nether. What the fuck you mean? You know. So yeah, I want to get up there, fly somewhere really far away, fucking save and quit, come back on the game, be underneath the Nether roof, and then go build a hole there. Now I have 2 holes in the Nether, and I can just fly wherever I want. You know what I mean? Make a whole bunch of tunnels in the Nether roof. That's my plan anyway. But I'm been kind of slow and autistic because that's me. I'm fucking so far behind in videos, it's not even funny. And not to mention, so far behind in real life and in games. Like, I don't know. I used to say I'm awesome at games. Anymore, I play so many games. I'm good at all of them, but I'm not a master at any anymore. It's like, damn it. I mean, I guess I kind of am a little bit, but not that much. You know what I mean? Like, I suck. But yeah, basically, to get back on track, I wanted to get a pirated version of Minecraft, and I wanted to have the official version of Minecraft on my phone. The official version would be, you know, like this, right? Like this one right here, where it's in the, not in the beta, it's in the normal version, it's always being updated, etc., etc. The pirated version would be the one where, I honestly, I don't even think I need a pirated version, because if I just file share, yeah, I feel like, don't quote me on this, but I feel like if I just file share, what will happen is if I click on that file, it'll just override the first Minecraft, which, yeah, because even if it, yeah, basically, though, let's just stick with the pirated thing, because it's easier to explain, I think. So, let's say you have one version of Minecraft that's not pirated, one version that is. The one that is pirated is in the beta, the one that's not pirated is not in the beta. Then what you can do, even though it will delete your worlds, so you sadly cannot have any worlds yourself that you play on that or that you want to keep, but you can basically be on the one that's not in the beta, right? And you can play with your friends and stuff, like, yeah, you're on servers, on realms, whatever it is. And then if you want to play with, like, some YouTubers, or if you want to play with some of your friends that are in the beta, you can go over to that second, the quote-unquote pirated version, and you can go on that Minecraft account, and now that you're on that one, or, yeah, now that you're on, or that you've, you know, loaded that Minecraft up, it's going to use the Minecraft launch thingy, so it's going to delete all the other ones, or, you know, it's going to delete your worlds, to my knowledge. At least that's what I've been told. But, yeah, even if it deletes your worlds, though, you know, if you were only using it to play on realms or servers or other people's stuff or whatever, you know, it's not going to delete their stuff, so you're good. It won't delete your stuff from there. You just got to sign back in now in the beta, and now you can go play with your friends that are in the beta, and you can play, you know, basically you can play with the beta, in the beta or out of the beta on one tablet. I'm sorry that took so long to explain, but big butt in my face, but I'm going to have to get some coordinates real quick and continue this conversation in a moment. I'm sorry I'm going to dick really quick right here, guys, but I'm going to keep talking. Shit, it's almost 4:20. I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to actually be here, you know. I'm not, like, I'm not, like, actually dipping. I'm on a second device. I wish I could screen share. Actually, I probably could if I call myself. But then I'd be, you know what? I might do that. If I'm doing this for a while, I might do that. Literally call myself on Messenger, mute the Messenger thingy, and then screen share so you guys can see what I'm doing on my phone. Night vision potions. Turn the volume down some, but I guess turn the volume down some works too. I'm gonna eat your ass, you fucking shrieker. I'm looking for something. Fuck off.
Okay, if anybody knows, I know this is like me talking into the void, but oh, and I hate these humans. They shut my fucking fan off. And my phone's overheating already. But if anybody knows how to basically, if there's an app that you put the seed in and you put an item in that you're looking for, and it randomly finds, it basically finds the coordinates that said item in a chest, let me know, because I know of chunk base that like shows you where locations and stuff are, but it doesn't show you where specific items are. You know what I mean? I mean, I guess it does with the enchanted golden apple. Like, it would be like, you know, maybe has a chance of having an enchanted golden apple here. But for most stuff, it doesn't. Like right now, I'm looking for the silence armor trim. You know what? I should just break these chests, so that way there's no chance of me coming back here and being like, "Ooh, is that a chest I didn't search?" You know what I mean? So. Bro, holy fuck. This chest right here. Negative 3,369. Negative 47. Positive 411. Right near there's a chest that has 2 enchanted golden apples in it. I mean, I know we have a whole bunch now, but still, a chest in the ancient city that has 2 enchanted golden apples in it is pretty dope. 4 is the most I've ever seen. Oh, it feels like a war crime breaking a chest and leaving enchanted golden apples on the ground. Come on, stop freezing, phone. Guys, I'm still trying to push 250,000 diamonds. But, and I'm going to try to do that officially. Because, like, obviously, if we're allowed to use dupes. Okay, we can use dupes, we just can't use diamond dupes, I think, right? Because, like, you can use TNT duping machines to get diamonds, so therefore you can dupe TNT to also get diamonds. Like, that sounds like perfectly logical sense to me, but you just can't dupe the diamonds, right? I mean, if duping diamonds is allowed, then trust me, I'll have 2 billion diamonds, don't worry, but I'll hold that world record. You don't think I will? Guess what, motherfucker, I'll buy a second device, and I'll literally set up a script to just auto-click on that device. Bet I won't. But, yeah, but basically, officially, I want to get at least 250,000 diamonds in hardcore Minecraft. And I think I'm at about 30,000? So, nowhere near where I need to be. Ugh. So, yeah, and I've quit doing that a while ago because I don't know, I've started playing on this realm, I started doing other stuff, but I do gotta go back there later on, do that, guys. Impaling 1, don't need that. Protection 4, iron panties, don't need that. Name tag, book, fucking torches, bottle. Everything is worthless. We're looking for one thing and one thing only, and that is... Damn it, I was hoping it was in here. Like, that'd be geeking, but... that is the silence armor trim. So while I am happy that lava does not burn chests, right? I'm not complaining, right? Does it not feel unrealistic? You know what I mean? Like lava or fire on a wooden chest, and the chest just sits there on fire. It's like, what? I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I said, I am not complaining one bit. I am happy for that, but it just feels a little weird. You know what I mean? Swift Sneak 3? Oh, holy hell! I might need a negative 3,407, negative 49, positive 381. Damn it! My controller shut off again, you bastard! And my thing's
But yeah, those coordinates, negative 3,407, negative 49, positive 381. There is a chest that has Swift Sneak 3, or a Swift Sneak 3 enchanted book, 2 Echo Shards, 6 normal books, those don't really matter, 6 Amethyst Shards, those don't really matter, but it has a Diamond Horse Armor, that does kind of matter, and it has everyone's favorite CD, oh, I lied, I thought it was Cat. It has, well, C418, or C418. Oh, it's disc, oh, I lied. It is everybody's favorite disc. It's disc 13. At least my favorite disc. But yeah, that's an awesome chest there. I just figured I'd call it out because I'm looking for Silence Armor Trim, or the Silence Armor Trim, but... Shut up, you're so dramatic. You're acting like I just shocked you on camera. That's his San joke. Now, where was I? Yeah. You stupid fuck. Holy hell. Wait a minute. Why am I doing this? I'm going to peaceful mode. I'm in creative. Fucking degenerate. Alright. We're in peaceful now. I do need to plug this phone in because it's not going to die. But it feels more comfortable being plugged in my hands because I've gotten so used to holding my phone plugged in, I cannot hold it unplugged anymore, at least sideways. It literally feels unnatural. Sorry guys, this is taking a little bit of time. I'm trying to hurry, but... It's just so rare to find silence. Damn it, it's 419. There's definitely diamonds galore in here, but no... I found like 4 veins so far, but no... No silence. Hey, this one has cat in it, but it's a worthless chest. Alright, give me a second. I gotta go send a 420 picture really quickly. I love how my phone is literally overheating from playing Minecraft. It's like, how dare you play a video game, you fucking whore. Happy 420 world. I would take a dab, but I've already taken so many yesterday and my brain's fucking too fucked up right now. Staying up too long is not good. I'll do a dab later. I'll save it till 520. It'll be 420 somewhere. You know, I am kind of craving one though. I'm such a fucking drug addict, damn it. Alright, I'm getting back on, not on the tablet, but getting back on the normal Minecraft. I have to, just had to send the pictures. Why are you dicking? Holy heck. I get that I'm on like a 2019 phone that I've had since 2020 or 2021, but doesn't mean you need to be a little bit of a bitch to me, not work. I've treated you well for the most part, you know. Just because you think that you've been treated like shit phone does not mean that it was me, you know. The cat knocked you off the counter and broke the screen. That wasn't me. Granted, I didn't mess up some of the pixels in the middle of the screen, but that was because you lagged on Call of Duty. That was on you. You see what you made me do, phone? Oh, not gonna lie though, my hands are sweating like a bitch. Because this phone is like 300 fucking degrees. I could cook a fucking cake on this bitch. I should just fucking screen share so you guys can see what I'm doing, but I'm going to stick it in your ass. That was a triple scream. Like, literally, 3 shulkers screamed at once there, or at least 2. No, it was 3. Alright, so in this chest, guys, the only reason this is literally a chest that's full. Every single slot is full. Negative 3,279, negative 48, positive 338, or 338. But every slot is full. Altogether, it has 18 pieces of coal, 3 music disc shards for disc 5. It has 1 enchanted book of knockback 1 enchanted book of piercing 2, 18 books, 4 regeneration potions. They're all 4 regeneration 2. I think that's the only thing you can get, and 1 candle. It's not the best thing in the world, but it was all full, so figured I would just call it out. I'm calling out the good chest, just because if one day I ever want to go back, or if I'm watching my stream, or if somebody ever wants to make a seed and using the same thing as I am, then yeah, you guys could do such things and just know where some of the good stuff is. There's a saddle in this chest, but which would have been rare back in the day, assuming you didn't have a fish farm. Unfortunately, saddles are completely garbage. They're completely fucking worthless. Junk. Pooey, I spit on you, saddles. Because you made them craftable. You've taken the rarity away, Minecraft. Don't get me wrong, I kind of like it that we can craft them now, but you're taking the rarity away, Minecraft. This is all your fault now. I don't even care. Keep screaming. Alright, no... The shriekers don't understand. I like it when they scream when I'm coming at them. What? Oh, wait. Jokes like that aren't funny. Go fuck your mom. I hate people that want to be the fucking joke police when they don't realize that 90 plus or 99 plus % of the jokes they laugh at have their roots based in dark, morbid facts. Human nature does really astonish me sometimes. Like what the human mind actually does to think of its justifications. I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think my human mind might be a little bit narcissistic, but that's only for the sole fact that I think that people in this world are fucking stupid. Not all, obviously. I know I'm not the smartest person in the world. I know that for a fact. But for the majority, I feel like I'm smarter than at least 80, 90% of most people, and it's sad. It's like, why? So, like, with that being said, it's like, sometimes I feel like I'm a narcissist, It's like, because it's like, I feel like I'm more intelligent, but then again, it's like, if you look at it, a lot of these people are fucking idiots, Obviously not everybody, but a lot of people are fucking stupid. It's like, bro. And I don't mean like, oh, look, I'm more intelligent than this person. We're debating, and they have good, good reasoning, and they can good articulation in their arguments, but yeah, I'm still better than them. No, I mean, like, you're talking to somebody, and it literally hurts your brain hearing the words that they're saying coming out of their mouth or seeing it on your screen. It's like, bro, my brain is growing a tumor from this, and you call yourself intelligent. You know what I mean? Like, those type of people is what I'm talking about. But yeah, I don't know, I just feel like most of the world has just lost common sense, basically. That's what I'm getting at there. That and the ability to actually think for them fucking selves. Like, holy shit, they need somebody to think for them. It literally hurts. But I digress. I'm sorry, I'm ranting again. I'm just looking for stuff, guys. Another enchanted golden apple, that would be beautiful, but... fortunately for you, that does not have... I guess unfortunately for me, but... it does not have silence in it. Bro, I haven't found one armor trim this whole time. Not even the fucking other one. I'm done. I'm done. I'm gonna kick a can. I'm gonna kick a can is what I'm going to do. Definitely wasn't going to say I'm going to kill myself. Definitely not what I was going to say. Those words are bad coming out of somebody's mouth. Suicide is no joking matter. You know, they say you shouldn't joke about it. Obviously, nothing good ever comes about joking about suicide. Although, I have heard that suicide's the one thing you never live to regret. So, there is that. Just figured I'd point that out. You know, point that out there. Why does this game just despise humans like me? Like, am I doing anything bad? I just want one, you know, silence armor trim. Just one. And I'll be happy. There's another enchanted golden apple here. Damn, there's 4 enchanted golden apples I found so far in this one ancient city alone. Usually I only find like 2 per city, I feel like, but this one's had double that. But still no armor trim. Why am I so laggy? It's this version of the game, guys. I'm in the beta version, and for some reason, this version got really fucking laggy. Like, it just makes your game freeze and shit, and I hate it. But I refuse to update because there's some good glitches in this version. Although, I'm going to start calling Cap, because I haven't found literally one fucking armor trim. Not one in this whole thing, and I'm starting to be like, huh? This was another full chest, but it was full of skulk, so it's kind of BS. Well, if you come to that ancient city, and you'll find a whole bunch of good shit in here. At least 4 enchanted golden apples minimum. Okay, Minecraft, if your game is made for people that have the autism, I mean, not saying it's specifically for them, but like if it's made to be more inclusive, if you will, why do you have the squealer fucking things or whatever doing that 24/7? Like, you don't have any way you could change it, or I mean, I know you could turn your volume down, but like, I don't know, personally, I feel like that's going to get autism and some people acting up, you know? Maybe it's just me, but... Swift Sneak 1. Oh my god. It's just gonna make me fucking act up. Shut the fuck up. I have my volume on so like you guys can hear I'm actually doing stuff, but I want to shut it off now. This is low-key sad. If I'm spending this much time in creative mode, imagine how much time I'd be spending in survival. Holy fuck. Alright, I'm going into spectator mode instead of creative. I feel like it's gonna help me fly through the walls a little easier and see chests that I might have missed. Hey, there's a skeleton spawner here. Nice. Fuck it, I'm gonna call it out real quick. Skeleton spawner at negative 3,226, negative 23, positive 448. And there's 2 chests in there too. I'm not gonna check them because I'm in spectator mode. But yeah, there's a skeleton thing there if anybody wants to play on the seed and yeah, wants to get it. Yeah, I'm looking everywhere, and I'm not seeing any more chests. So I think I got them all here, and there was not one armor trim. Which is so fucking insane, it's yeah. No armor trim. No armor trim. That's a full chest. But there's no armor trim. But there's 5 regeneration potions, a lot of coal, sharpness 1, not good, but negative 3383, negative 44, positive 223. There's a chest that's full to the brim. Four shriekers that shrieked at 5 shriekers that shrieked at the same time. I've been looking through so many chests. I feel like when I do find a chest that has an armor trim in it, I'm not even going to know what an armor trim looks like anymore. Because there's been literally none. Not one armor trim. This is honestly kind of insane. A lot of enchanted books. Full chest of coal and glowberries. I'm definitely turning that down. Fuck you, Minecraft. That shrieking is gonna fucking... it's gonna make me fucking spaz. No armor trim. Candles, coal, lead. No armor trim. Mojang, why do you do this to us? To me. Ew, that's a disgusting chest. Bro, is there... I'm gaslighting myself now into thinking that armor trims didn't exist in 1.20, 1.70, and I know they did. I'm not finding one. And Mojang is gaslighting me. I'm not even gaslighting myself. I'm not finding one armor trim. Literally not one. Am I on a broken seed or something? Like, I am confusion. Oh yeah, shit. Let me go do something real quick. Completed. $3,320,408. Holy fuck, my phone's overheating. Alright. 3,350,168. That's where I'm at right now, so I'm gonna mark it as completed. Oh fuck, I shouldn't mark it as completed because this is for the survival one, and yeah, I should not mark the survival one as completed. But oh well, I'll fucking deal with it later. That has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 regeneration potions in it. Damn, it's not a full chest, but also has a hoe and some food and stuff. At negative 3284, negative 50, positive 194. But again, no armor trim. This game. Oh, I found my first armor trim. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. It's not the one I was looking for, but it's the ward armor trim. Bro, okay, so armor trims do exist, Mojang. Alright, the only reason I even want the that other one, the most rare one or whatever, is because in my opinion it looks the coolest. I don't even care that it's rare. I just like the way it looks, because there is one that's more rare than that apparently, statistically or whatever, when it comes off of drop rates or something like that. You know, even harder to find or something. I don't know from what I've been told, but I just like the way the silence one looks. Alright, how do I highlight chests in creative mode? I don't think you can, but how do I do it? What command do I need to do to download hacks? Nothing. Nothing. Hey, I turned it down because I don't want you guys to have to stand hearing all that shrieking. I'm here still, guys. I'm on another device. That's why I'm just AFK on this one. Oh, look, a skeleton head. That'd be kind of cool. But I don't care. I care about the fucking silence armor trim. Ooh, okay. Negative 3,479. Negative 48. Positive 140. There's a chest that has 2 enchanted golden apples in it as well. 2 compasses, 6 pieces of coal, 2 candles, 12 soul torches. Ooh, and, okay, this one has Swift Sneak 3 and 2 enchanted golden apples. Okay, again, negative 3,479, negative 48, positive 140. So there, this chest has 6 pieces of coal, 2 candles, 12 soul torches, 2 compasses, Swift Sneak 3, and 2 enchanted golden apples, guys. Oh, I hate this game. I mean, I love it, but the chests need to have more loot in general, in my opinion. But also, why is it, like, so random? Why can't we, like, kill the warden to get the silence armor trim, you know? One singular enchanted golden apple at negative 3,317, negative 48, positive 68. 3 regeneration potions and other side. Alright, second ancient city that had literally no silent trim, armor trim. And I found one singular armor trim in this whole... It's two ancient cities. I found one armor trim. Like, damn, son, that's some bad luck. I mean, obviously I'm in creative mode, so it's not as bad for me, but that'd be awful coming to and just be seeing that. I'd be like, okay. Is this a bedrock cave? I don't think it's... this is definitely not a lava cave. No, okay, damn. Yeah, so guys, hey, okay, if you're on that one seat I was telling you about, if you go to negative 3,250, negative 60, positive 51, you'll see bedrock. Like, there's like a bedrock thing. It looks like a cave that was supposed to be filled with lava that was not. It kind of looks cool in my opinion, but I was coming over here because there's two spawners really close to each other. There's a zombie spawner and a skeleton spawner. The skeleton spawner is at negative 3,261, negative 53, positive 34. The zombie spawner, which has two chests near it, is at negative 3,231, positive, or negative, wow, okay, let me restart that. Negative 3,237, negative 58, positive 51. And then if you go a little bit up, at negative 3,227, negative 51, positive 54, there's an amethyst geode where the inside is basically all covered with skulk. It's pretty cool looking in my opinion, but that's not why I came here. I came to look for more chests. So that's what I'm doing. I just figured I'd call that out for you guys. So yeah, if anybody, like I said, if anybody wants to go on the seed, you guys could always check that out. Alright, time to go to the third one. Guys, I don't know why I just can't find a fucking armor trim. At least the good news is, I feel like I've figured out these ancient cities and where their loot is to a T now, but this is a chest that's almost full to the brim. And there's 6 regen potions in it, armor, but the rest is like skulk and amethyst shards. But that's at negative 3,284, negative 44, positive, negative, I'm sorry. So yeah, negative 3,284, negative 44, negative 586. A basically full one. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give myself a silence armor trim, just one. And then if I click on a chest, I'll just double tap the armor trim. If it goes in the chest, I'll take it out. If I get a second one, I'll know it's there, you know, so I don't need to look through every single chest or something. Theoretically, it should hopefully be faster, but if it's not, I'll just get rid of it. I don't know. I just know that I have one trim on me at the moment. No more than just one silent trim that I gave myself. None in that chest. 2 enchanted golden apples at negative 3,295, negative 49, negative 719. Why the hell is that going off at like 5? It's because it got unplugged at about this time. And then, or I guess not unplugged, but it fucking unplugged itself and plugged back in instantly. So, yeah, when the alarm was set, I guess it states, I don't fucking know, it stayed set or something. But yeah, there's also Swift Sneak 3 and 2 enchanted golden apples in that chest, guys. So, take advantage, take advantage of that if you're, you know, if you're on this seed. I feel like this is such a small, ancient city this time. Oh, damn, it's a mine shaft intertwined. Maybe it's not as small as I thought. I didn't see that part. One, two, three, four, 5 fucking shriekers going off there. Fuck those things. Bruh. Come on. I don't know why they keep doing this, which is, it's kind of awesome, but another chest, guys, it has Swift Sneak 3 and 2 enchanted golden apples at 3,400, or no, at negative 3,413, negative 47, negative 644. Again, negative 3,413, negative 47, negative 644. There is a Swift Sneak 3, and 2 enchanted golden apples, not to mention 30 dog bones, and 9 books. 10 if you take the other trashy book and unenchant it, but yeah. Another Swift Sneak 3 at negative 3,328, negative 49, negative 653.
I'm insanity, vanity, hell prove it, my choices. I made to this day say I grew sick of this notion to be nice and polite, to bring views and it's no fun. I say profanities, lose it, and annoys, because the ones who accuse you says the voices. And after fucking that, my brain rejoices, so do everything and anything to avoid them. I hear a timer going off, but that's not mine. I blow my load so deep inside of your mama. You swear my fucking middle name was Osama. Shit, let me do the same thing to Rihanna. Bars flying left and right like spit from a llama. Jack the Ripper in this crowd screaming so fucking loud. You swear I was a corpse still alive, wrapped in shroud. You're cowed by the sound of a rap song. Now that's not allowed. Getting places like a DK loud. All I wanna do is make my fucking self proud before the day I die and go high in the clouds. Why is there no chest around here that has the fucking shit I need, you dumb bastard? Now. I don't know. Yeah, my brain is insane from a way man can't explain. The only part that does remains from smoking different strains. Damn, is that Mary Jane sitting there? Not today in 1888. I see her soul plain as day. It's like I have a fucking chain that lets me see in their lane. Oh well, man, I can't complain. I feel like this is my domain to keep, use, and retain. The fuck do I have to gain? I might need to go shut that beeping off in the background, guys. I'm looking for chest.
But I am literally finding 0. Okay, I gotta go shut that fucking timer off. I'll be right back, guys. You know what? I might even just call myself. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do that when I come back. Hold up. Oh, it's starting to piss me off, guys. I can't find what I'm looking for, guys. I am on my 4th ancient city, guys. I have found 1 singular armor trim in 4 ancient cities. This chest is almost full and it has 7 golden carrots in it. An ice chest, but nothing we need. I did not think this would take this long. I thought I would find it fast in creative mode, but holy fuck. What biome is this? The watercolor here looks awesome. I don't even know what biome this is. A river biome? Or it's a river. It looks like it has like a plain biome or something. I don't know. Either way, regardless, the water here looks cool. At least in my opinion. Looks more saturated. I don't even care about calling out what's in the chest anymore, guys. I just want this to be done. I'm trying to do something, Mojang. Stop. I'm looking for something on the seed. Oh yeah, I was gonna call myself. Hold up. I'm despawning so much loot. Just looking for what I want. But I'm on creative, so it don't matter. But still, I feel like this is a crime. This is another ancient city cleared. What is this, 4 or 5 now? I don't fucking know.
This one's done.
Put this in perspective for you guys, there's like 10 ancient cities all right next to each other. I've gone through like 5 of them in creative and 3 or 4, there are 3 of them or so, or there might be even 12. And like 3 of them in survival, if not 4, and I haven't found one silence trim yet. This is fucking sad. Okay, so just in case I didn't say where the other one was, let me see, we're at the 4.5 hour mark, damn, 4 hours, 39 minute mark, but basically at negative 3,618, negative 37, negative 990, there is a, well, there's a diamond horse armor thing, but there's a ward armor trim in there, not a silence, but a ward armor trim. So, you know, if somebody's looking for that, or maybe, I'm pretty sure we have one on this realm, but, you know, if I'm ever looking for one, I can go here. Oh, dang it, come on. This is the first time I've seen like a pool looking thing in Minecraft, or at least one that was made by the game. There's 2 diamond horse armor things at negative 357, negative 50, negative 1023. There's also an iron mine straight up from there if you look on the ceiling, but yeah. I've looked through at least 100 chests already. Holy fuck. Alright, so 3 diamond horse armors, and 1 enchanted golden apple, not to mention cat CD and disc 13, and a power 1 book and 4 candles. Those don't really matter, but at 3,000, or negative 3,624, negative 50, negative 1023. Oh, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Alright. Fuck this. What's the easiest way to find it with commands? I don't know if there is, but I'm going to search for it. Not to... To find a silence armor trim. Not to get one, to find one.
in the wild with commands. The easiest way to do that is to basically use the /locate command, find ancient cities, then manually search for the chest within that structure. There is no command to directly find an item itself, as loot is generated only when you open the chest. I know that the loot fucking gets spawned in when you open the chest, but still. Wait a minute. What would happen if you put a hopper underneath the chest that was spawned in, you know? Or pushed a hopper with a piston underneath the chest that was spawned in, where the items get sucked out and then you also get the items? I don't know. So they just hate us. Like, hasn't somebody made a script yet so I can just plug in my seed and find the item coordinates to anything I need? Maybe I need to figure out how to make one. Would I really have a shot at a feat? I don't know, but I'm glad to be back. Okay, bro. Abracadabra. Still looking, guys. Not finding what I'm looking for, but I'm still looking, nonetheless. There's another ward armor trim at negative 3,661, negative 44, negative 946. But it's not what I'm looking for.
Two ancient cities left to look through, and then I've looked through all the ancient cities in this area, which is fucking insane. You would think that these dumb fucks would put something like, holy fuck me. This has literally confirmed it to me that if I ever look for silence on my main worlds, I'm going to be using commands and cheating, like finding it first, then going there. There's no way in hell anybody in their right mind would do this. Like, unless you're just trying to waste time and trying to find something to do in your Minecraft world. Holy fuck, this is dumb. Also, the doors in this ancient city weren't even closed, so nice. My transgender cat Siamese identifies as black but acts Chinese. And these male cross-dresser fake-ass bitches need to give me a fucking thing I want. another Ward armor trim, and two Swift Sneak 2, and another Swift Sneak 2 right next to this chest, and another one. But this chest is negative 33, 48, negative 47, negative 10, 45. Again, there's two Swift Sneak 2 books here, and a Warden armor trim, not to mention other side. Unfortunately, it's not what I'm looking for, but yeah. Oh, my heart jumped there. I saw a fucking template. It's another Warden one, or a Ward template. But I saw it and I thought it was a freaking silence for a second. But there's 3 regeneration potions, 8 bones, 2 fragmented disc pieces, 2 diamond horse armor things, 8 pieces of skull, cat disc, and a Ward armor trim. At negative 3, 358, negative 48, negative 1121. And there's another Ward trim, literally to the chest, to the, well, I guess, fuck it, I'll give the coordinates. Negative 3382, negative 40, or negative 44, negative 1107. I'm really not. I destroyed all the chests in this one too. Oh my fucking fuck! Why you do this to me, game?
how did your night go? I'm getting ready for work. How did your night go? I'm sorry, bro. I didn't see that message. Pretty decent-ish. Sunday night, I slept like 2.5 hours. Monday night, I did not sleep at all. Tuesday night, I slept 3.5 to 4.5 hours. And now I'm up here today on Wednesday, good sir. Yeah, I just need to keep grinding out on the world. At the moment, though, I have my phone here. That's why I'm just standing here AFK. I got my phone pulled up. I'm on Minecraft in a creative world of this exact seed. And I'm looking for a silence armor trim. Unfortunately, I have already searched like 6, 7 ancient cities, and there's no armor trim, or at least no silence armor trim. I didn't even find a ward armor trim to like the 3rd or ancient city or something like that, and then they started appearing. But like I was gaslighting myself, or the game was gaslighting me into thinking that I'm in a version where the templates didn't exist or anything. I'm like, what? But yeah, they actually do exist, so heck yeah. Damn fucking pod is spitting at me. But yeah, I just really want to get a silence armor trim real quick, because in my opinion it looks the best out of them all. I'll figure out which one's the more rare one later and try to get that one. But at this moment in time, I don't care about the rarity, I care about the aesthetics and stuff. Damn, my guy, achievements are still in the original realm, right? Yeah, to my knowledge. I haven't done anything to them. And get the armor trim and dupe the shit out of it. Oh, I got you, homie. We can do such things. Cause yeah, it's supposedly like one, or a lot of people, wow, a lot of people claim it's the rarest. I've heard some people argue that it's not the rarest, it's the second rarest. But either way, it's the rarest or second rarest. But again, I mean, that is kind of a cool flex about it. Be like, look at this rare armor trim I have. But I also like the way it looks personally. I think it's like the best looking armor trim in the whole game. At least in my personal opinion. So yeah, right now I'm just going through these damn ancient cities. Looking for it, but it ain't appearing. I think they said it was like 1% chance, but let me double check on Google real quick. I got a third phone here. I mean, I guess second phone. I got the tablet, my main phone, and a third phone. I also got a fourth. I got the tablet, my main phone, a second phone. I guess I also got a third phone too, but... what's the chance percentage of finding a silence armor trim in Bedrock? Sometimes Bedrock and Java have different odds. Yeah, it says you only have a 1.2% chance of finding it per chest. Okay. How many chests on average are in an ancient city? Yeah, about 5 to 10. So theoretically, if we search 10 ancient cities, if there's 10 chests in there, which honestly there's been more than 10 chests to my knowledge in each one I've searched, but if we search 10 ancient cities and there's 10 chests in them each, theoretically that would be 120% chance of finding a silence armor trim. Unfortunately, this game seems to hate me. I can't even find one in creative, let alone survival. So yeah, they claim it's a 1.2% chance of finding one in a chest. Another Swift Sneak 3. I know we'd probably, we don't need it, but negative 2997, negative 37, negative 1050. There's a chest that has Swift Sneak 3 in it. And Diamond Horse Armor, another other side CD. And then right next to it at negative 2985, negative 47, negative 1055, there's another Swift Sneak 3 enchanted book. That shit is rare as fuck, right? Yes, sir. And yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure I've already searched over 100 chests. So at this point, statistically speaking, I'm bound to find it, but the odds seem to be stacked against me somehow. But I'm trying. I'm looking like a motherfucker. I'm looking like a queer looks when he sees a gay walking down to, whatever, or queer. Wow, I'm looking how a queer looks when he sees somebody walking down the aisle in a swimsuit, I'm just fucking looking like crazy. That was a bad one. I feel like I could have did better, but oh well. Another Swift Sneak 3. Damn, this one has a lot of Swift Sneak 3s, but another Swift Sneak 3 is at negative 3088, negative 50, negative 1043. We need to make a prison on the map somewhere inescapable for Matt. We could definitely try. See, a lot of those, you're talking like a escape room type thing or a prison? Because I was going to say, a lot of those escape rooms base themselves on the fact that you can't mine out of stuff. Because they use Bedrock and that you only have a limited amount of items to get yourself out. Where like a prison, I guess, might work. Yeah, I don't know 100%, but yeah. Mojang! Give me what I want. Alright, there's 3 fucking squealing shriekers here, but negative 3121, negative 49, negative 1009. There's Swift Sneak 3 as well. Bro, Swift Sneak 3 seems like a common find compared to this fucking Silence Armor Trim, which is fucking sad because Swift Sneak 3 is like rare. It's supposed to be, but... I'm gonna be a shrieker in a second. Fuck.
Wait a minute, let's see if this works. Literally me when I open a chest and don't find the silence armor trim. Yep, literally, that's me right there. Real life audio of how I sound when I don't find what I'm looking for. That's an empty chest. Damn, there's like 3 items in there.
With Elder Guardian, so he can't leave. His crimes again. Or wait, hold up. I gotta pull this tab up here a little bit, and I'll just do this to make it easier to read. But with Elder Guardian, so he can't leave. His crimes against the capital. He is a traitor to the realm. B. I agree. Just deciding he doesn't want to come on anymore. You know, doesn't want to play with us. Says, I'll make time on my days off. Well, guess what? I think today. Yeah, today's Wednesday. He told me today's his day off. So his hairy asshole better be on the game. I was lagging for a second in the game, so I started lagging in real life, but yeah, so he better be on the game today. But we all know he won't be, because he's a Machichi. I had to pick on him. do. Another chest. Bro, I should start keeping track. I know that's at least 4 here in this one ancient city. No, I know it's at least 5 in this ancient city. 6, 7. Oh, wow. I said the thing that people say. I hate myself. I'm going to kill myself now. I'm going to actually blow my brains out. No hyperbole. I'm going to do it all over the fucking walls. No joke. I lied. I just came in my pants from... Oh my gosh. I found it. I fucking found it. Negative 3046. Negative 47. Negative 899. Let's fucking go. I'm going there right now. No way, is there? Apparently, I'm going to have to double check it just to make sure, because these are on 2 different versions, but it shouldn't affect loot that's, hasn't been updated. So, like, a loot that hasn't changed should stay the same no matter what, if that makes sense. The only thing that usually changes is, like, updated loot that they, when they're updating loot or updating a chest or something that has different loot in it or something like that. But this loot should stay the same. So, and that way, and that way? No. That way, and that way. No. That way, and that way. I got fucking hiccups. My bad. Damn. Just fucking started randomly. Bloop. Holy fuck, though. I guess all I had to do was start counting the chests and then say 6, 7, and then by saying 6, 7, somehow it actually fucking made the silence armor trim appear. That's what I got. The moral out of all that, that's what I got. Negative 899. Yeah, wink. My last number is negative 899. My first is 3046. At least that's what I need to make it. Also, if my hand covers the mic and you guys notice, I can't notice really. So if I get muffled or whatever,
Just be like, hey, move your fat hands or something, but just so you guys know. Otherwise, I'll sit there for like 30 seconds talking to you guys, and it will sound like this, and you won't know what I'm saying. Yeah, it'll sound like that, and it'll suck. So, yeah, if you guys, let me know. I'll try to move my hand off the mic, and it'll be awesome. But, yeah, obviously, it's up to... Oh, shit, I went too far. Obviously, you guys don't need to, especially if you're not here. But I'm just saying, if you notice and you're here and you don't want me being all muffled talking to you. Chunk's still loading. You may encounter some BS. Come on, son. I know you're loading a lot of the game right now. Alright, 899. That's where we need to be. And then we just need to be 3,000. Come on. Bro, unpopular opinion, but when you ever have chunks do this where they're still loading, they shouldn't kill all your momentum. They should keep it fucking going. Or at the very least, keep it going and give you immunity frames so that way you don't fucking hit a wall and die because of their leg, you know? Like, holy fuck. The fuck am I standing on? Hello? Fucking game. Alright. Oh, yes. We're basically here, so I'm just going to walk. Yeah, it's right here. 3,046. Boom. Dig straight down. That's the Minecraft strat. Not going to lie, even if I fall in lava and get attacked by a warden, I should be okay. My totem, right? Oh, fuck me. Gotta make sure this is actually patched up. It's not. Alright, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'll keep digging down. This is gonna be Bro's using X-ray. Yeah, right? Bro's using X-ray. He's cheating. Actually, bro, if you know the seed to any world, you can basically, I mean, it's obviously not X-ray, but you can quote-unquote basically use X-ray by getting the coordinates to any diamonds or whatever, or getting the coordinates on chunk base to any structure, whatever it may be. And you could look like you're using X-ray, well, not literally using X-ray. But yeah, I'll be right back. Give me 30 seconds. Yeah, bro's using X-ray. That was the last comment I read. Heck yeah. Alright, now, keep mining.
Just keep mining, just keep mining. Negative 47. Bro, did I run out of blocks? That's a big ass fucking hole, I guess. I guess I'll just use this to shoot up. And then after I shoot up, I'll shoot up a second time. Bro, this is a situation where you'd be dead at no matter what. There's so many things, you'd have to have a hoe and just fucking insta-mine them as fast as you could. Right there, buddy. Smithing template. Look at this beautiful thing. Silenced armor trim template. Swift Sneak 3 also. Fuck yeah. My God, shut up.
Fucker. Really, you stupid bitch. Alright, this way's home. We're going home. Fuck you. Chunks are still loading. We're gonna follow you all the way back to the base. Yeah, B. That's why I put up walls. Yes, sir. Bro, why? Look at how laggy this is. Oh, there it's moving now. I just had to call it out for being laggy. Nope, never mind. Come on. Just work. Wow. I jumped from negative 400 to positive 200. Yeah, this game is so fucking dumb sometimes. I gotta go to negative 250, positive 400. Pause, what? Warden trying to give you that deep dark, you know what I mean? Yeah, we need a pause there, homie. But that Warden, you know, tries to hit you with that Sonic Blast deep dark style. Definitely not the buzz I was going for in my head via vibrations, you know. Yeah, negative 250, positive 400. That's the base chords, but we don't like chords. Or we don't like to fly, at least. We like to have chunks not load. Oh, homie, it's so much easier to dupe on a controller than it is on mobile that now when I dupe, I just turn on my controller and use that. I gotta get headed out soon. We can play if you are still up around 4:30. Set a reminder to call me and we can fuck shit up. Yes, sir. I'll definitely try to be on then. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, pretty sure I'll be able to be on at that time, to my knowledge. And heck, I don't know if you want to, but I could try to get Nick on here too. You know, that one kid that was playing with me the other day, I could try to get him on at the same time. Oh, bro, I mean, I don't know if you already dipped, but if you didn't, you're going to love what we're doing in a sec. You don't need to stay, obviously, if you got to go, but I figured you would like to see this, probably. I got a lot more building to do, but yeah, that's fine. Heck yeah, I was gonna say I don't remember what I said because I'm slow, but come on. Boom. All right. Look at that. It's saying it's the first time I picked it up was right now because I put it in my bundle instead of, what do you call it? Instead of actually, picking it up. Or picking it up in my inventory is what I should have said, but... But there we go, got 12 of them. $24, $48. Actually, let's just make sure we got a stack. Pretty sure it's a stack. Or if that's 56. There we go, that's a stack for sure. Okay, maybe it was 56 down there and there was a stack, or 12 in here, so that would have been a stack. I don't know, but either way. Oh, there's 8 left over. So I needed 12, or I needed 4 more anyway, so yeah, that would not have been a stack, it would have been 60. But, boom.
Hold up. Let me pull that up. Have the streams been getting more views lately? Yes, sir. Honestly, kind of, yeah. I can't say 100% for certain, but definitely seems like there's a few people in here on occasions, but definitely not as many. I don't know. I don't want to say everyone talking, but either A, more people here, or B, bots, one of the two, but but something. There we go, silence armor trim. We got a whole shulker of them bitches for you. Alright, let me find some redstone. Because call me crazy, but I love that red color on my armor. E-Man, are you still here? Or Big E Beats? If you are, let me know and I'll try to show you a picture. I'll try to find a picture. If you're not, then it's all good. I'm gonna double check my phone real quick, because I feel like pants might have been the only thing that I didn't like as much. But let me double check. All the armor trims in Minecraft 1.21. Why does that not feel right? I feel like this texture pack is making it look worse than it is. Or what's that? Look at the pants! They do like nothing? Hold up, I'm gonna grab a piece of lapis so I can look at the difference between the red and the blue color. Okay, so that's blue. Obviously, right here is how it looks in your inventory. Here's how it looks when it's on you. So that's the blue. This is red. It literally does nothing. Yeah, it has to be the texture pack. It makes it look awful. But oh well. Razor looks alright. The Ward armor trim, it looks alright. Where's the rib one, though? Oh, there's the rib. Yeah, rib is one of my favorites. Silence is also. Silence and rib are my favorite. Alright, fuck it.
Yeah, you can change them however you want. I guess you can't take it off, per se. Not to my knowledge, anyway. But you can, like, change your armor however you want. Whatever color you want, whatever trim you want, you can put it on. The only thing is, after you put a trim on, you can't take it off. Or, yeah, you can't take it off. But that don't matter. At least not to me, shit. Alright, what do I need to do? I need to put my armor back on, that's for dang sure, but... I really wish you could put, you could put armor trim on your Elytra. I know you can't, but I just want to try. I'm coping here. Nope. Oh, yeah, speaking of that. Oh, God, I'm ugly. Bro, this texture pack. No. Mojang. Mojang, this is your texture pack, Mojang. You did this. This is your texture pack, Minecraft. Mojang, you guys created this one. You can't blame somebody else, a company, some other content creator. This is all your guys' texture pack. 100%. Maybe fix the way I look. I look like a fucking degenerate, Minecraft. Alright, but with that being said, oh, my fucking body hurts. I'm like laying on my arms always, guys, some weird way. Like on my side, I am laying on my arm, or my one arm, while I'm holding the tablet. It's like applying all the pressure to my left arm, or my left shoulder, my right shoulder, one of the two. Or I'm laying on my fucking stomach and I'm fucking sitting there with pressure on both arms, or I'm sitting up and hurting my back. I don't know, I'm fucking an old fart. I just, no matter which way I lay or move, I just fucking snack, crackle, pop. Is fucking everybody sick here now, guys? I don't know. I feel like everybody in my life be sick now, and it's not good, because I don't want to get sick, so I need to smoke more weed. Smoke, smoky, smoke. Yo, Nicola, what's good? Welcome to the stream, homie. I'm gonna go on a mass shooting and just kill everybody here because they are sick and I don't want to catch the sickness. Clearly that's the only logical thing to do in this situation. I need to stop making like those type of jokes like all the time, or somebody might, some random retard comes in, it's like, holy fuck bro, what are you saying? Do I need to call the police? Or some shit like that. But fuck those people. Oh well. Really wish I had the creeper cape on this account, but it don't matter. I got the fucking grass cape. I could have got there with one rocket, but oh well. Alright, throwing all these not broken utensils on the ground. Where the fucking hell? Right there? I'm autistic. Holy crap. Alright, right there's the repaired ones. I got 3 shovels and 2 pickaxes. Hopefully that's enough. How do I have 19 lapis? Ah, fuck me, I forgot to bring an axe. I guess it's not needed right now, but still, I need it soon. $15 chest. I just need to find where I put the fucking chest at, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna get back to grinding out in a sec. I'm just gonna mute up since no one's here, and yeah, or since no one's talking at the moment. God fucking damn it. I hate this fucking game so much. I broke my fucking shovel! I'm gonna dab now. Fuck this game. That pissed me off so fucking much. Holy hell. I was just thinking to myself too, wow, I haven't even broke one fucking shovel like 10 minutes ago. Oh, I'm so fucking pissed. You know what? I'm gonna fucking dupe a broken shovel just to fucking say I had it. Fuck this game. Yo, Nicola, what's up?
A happy days played 2442 or 2442. Heck yeah. Alright, maybe I'm going schizophrenic, but I was just thinking about something. If Jesus told his disciples to basically go out and buy a sword to protect himself after he left because while he's there, nothing would happen, basically, but when he's gone, stuff might happen. And, basically that's paraphrasing it a lot, but basically two disciples came back with, two disciples came back with one sword each or whatever, or basically two swords, or one disciple came back with two swords, I don't know, something like that. So they had two swords, though. Basically, I was thinking about that, and then you think about Revelations, it says that, that basically Jesus, when he comes back, he'll have like his tongue or in his mouth will be a sword or something like that, and yeah, basically, or a double-edged sword, so it's also, again, double, but it's a sword as well, and I don't know, I guess not double swords, but double-edged sword, but I was thinking about it a little bit, and I'm like, I don't know why, but obviously, maybe it's, maybe, not saying it is, but maybe there's a reason there was two swords, and maybe one is saying, obviously, take a real literal sword to protect yourself, but also, to be literally, guarded, or, strong enough with your words, be able to fight off anyone or anything with your words, be able to defend yourself with your said words, like a sword would to defend yourself, if that makes sense. I don't know. Just a little schizophrenic thought I had in my mind while I was sitting here and figured out and mention it on my stream, because it's just a thought and no one's here, so yeah. This is like my fucking memos right now.
Yeah, next time I leave, guys, I'm ending stream. I'm sorry. I'm just ending it. I don't even care if I say I'm gonna be gone for a few seconds. I'm literally just gonna end the stream. So yeah, I'll be back. I mean, I'm not ending the stream now, but next time I go, I'm just gonna end it and be back later on to stream because fuck this shit.
Yo, I'm sorry turning into discourse. I fucking did it again, even though I said I was gonna end stream. Because, I don't even, oh yeah, I was helping somebody take some bags out, and then I fucking got a kid food. And then after that, I went and checked out somebody's fucking thing they put in their vehicle. And then I finally came back, and yeah. So, I'm here. I'm sorry I keep doing this. These streams are gonna be fucking retarded, I'm not gonna lie, but at least I'm fucking archiving the realm. I don't know. Fuck it. I'm gonna end stream. I can't do this anymore. I'll play more when I actually have time. I don't have time right now. Just clearly can't. I'll be back later, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, yo, turning in Discourse. What's up, homie? I'm sorry for doing this, but fuck it. I'm gonna dip. It's basically 12 hours anyway, so peace. Hope you enjoy, even though the last 6 hours was nothing, basically, and yeah, have fun. Bye, everybody.